Geico. By Hyundai. Hyundai leaves the rest wanting. Find out why by visiting buyhyundai.com today. By Xerox, the company that simplifies the way work gets done. By State Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the day is Ellen Nita of Princeton, New Jersey. Contact Ellen's office at ellennita.com. And by your Tri-Honda dealer. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2014 models. Queens' own 50 Cent is coming to Citi Field for a concert after the Mets-Padres game Saturday, June 14th as part of the Mets concert series presented by Dwayne Reed. Catch, as the Queen's English would call him, 50 Cent live in concert June 14th. Visit Mets.com/concerts. Time now for the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet or Instagram your photo using hashtag SNYFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown later tonight during the game. It's the Mets and the Phillies. Take as many pictures as you want. Second game of 5. First pitch coming up. On your favorite mobile phone or tablet, get live look-ins, instant replays, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.TV game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit Mets.com today. Philadelphia Fanatic put on a little show in front of the Mets dugout, always trying to draw a reaction.
Well, the Mets have so many young players. It's got to be a blast to see Fanatic in person for the first time. Well, to see the Fanatic now looking at Montero as he's coming in, giving him the evil eye.
Yeah, that never worked.
Oh, bad arm. He's got the bad wing.
Oh, that's funny.
He's a one and only, isn't he?
He is.
Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup for it tonight. Bobby Abreu's back in there. Sat out yesterday. Chris Young had a good day, but Young goes back to the bench, and Abreu playing right field. Travis d'Arnaud's second game back for the disabled list, and after Wilmer Flores played shortstop yesterday, Ruben Tejada right back in there. Mets have won 3 straight, going for 4 against 37-year-old A.J. Burnett.
Alan James Burnett, no-hitter 13 years ago this month. He's had over 2,000 strikeouts in his career. He's nearing 2,500 innings pitched and nearing 400 games started in the major leagues.
Philly defense brought to you by Coors Light. Same cast of characters out there in the outfield: Brown, Revere, and Bird, former Met. Change at third base. Cesar Hernandez yesterday cost him a couple runs at third base. Ryan Sandberg has opted for the veteran Brignac. And behind the plate, everlasting Carlos Ruiz.
I'm just hoping that the fans can hear you, because I can't hear a word you're saying.
You can't hear me?
No.
Why is that?
It's a little muddy.
Really?
Somebody gave you a bum microphone.
I got a bad mic.
Well, the people in the truck said they can hear you fine, so I guess the fans at home can. So
you can't
it's
hear
only
me?
Ronnie and I will be deprived of your commentary.
Well,
Speak up.
Sabotage.
Is that Beastie Boys?
That's right.
Well, the Mets have won 6 straight games here at Citizens Bank Park, dating back to last year. The longest winning streak they've ever had in Philadelphia was 2 stadiums ago. They won 7 straight at Connie Mack Stadium in 1969 and 1970.
Oh, that's when the Mets were riding high and the Phillies were stinko.
Phillies moved into Veterans Stadium in 1971, and now into this gorgeous ballpark in 2004. Juan Lagares will lead things off for New York. Lagares 2 for 5 last night. He has taken the first pitch in 20 straight at bats. Make it 21 as Burnett throws a strike, and we're underway.
Boy, that's some easy 93 from A.J.
Let's see what the Mets have done their last 6 games in this ballpark. Look at the bullpen ERA. We knew they were successful last night, but that's been a trend. There's a strike, and Lagares quickly in an 0-2 hole. Juan hitting at .295, .335 on base percentage, has become the everyday leadoff hitter with Eric Young on the disabled list. Daniel Murphy on deck, David Wright behind him. Beautiful night in Philadelphia. Temperature right around 70. And Burnett, 3 pitches, 3 fastballs, gets Lagares looking for the first out of the night.
Well, just a fastball. It's like it's a strike to me. Wasn't high. Lagares may have thought it may have kind of bent around the corner.
Got a rookie home plate umpire tonight in Corey Blazer, and Burnett off to a fast start as he takes on Daniel Murphy.
Well, Doug Eddings, can you hear me, guys?
I can now.
Doug Eddings last night was a pitcher's umpire. I just want to be clear.
Murphy 0 for 4 last night. Murphy had 4 balls in the air before walking his last time up, and he takes a strike.
Interesting what Terry Collins said in the pregame interview in his office, that Doug Eddings' high strike zone kind of got Murph all discombobulated.
And the first curveball from Burnett. He's thrown 5 straight strikes to start the ninth. There's your umpiring crew. Brian O'Nora, the crew chief at second base. There's Brian. And Doug Eddings, who had the plate last night, over at third.
And Ronnie, you mentioned over 2,000 strikeouts. It's 2,233 strikeouts to be exact.
0-2 to Murphy, and he fouls it off. Well, last year A.J. Burnett was in Pittsburgh, and he was part of that first winning team for the Pirates in 21 years. And not only did he win 10 games, but he was really, in many ways, a leader of that young team.
He's changed so much, because no one would have called him a leader in the beginning of his career through the Marlins and into the Yankee years, but really became a mentor for some of those young pitchers.
Strike 3 called, and Murphy knew it. Burnett bends that back over the inside corner, and he has back-to-back strikeouts to start the night.
Well, this is the new movement on his fastball, Ronnie.
Well, it's great. It's 2-seamer that he's throwing. You said he had 2,233. Does that include Lagares and Murphy?
No, you add 2 to that.
Okay.
2-2-3-5.
That's a lot of strikeouts.
It is.
So here's David Wright, who's never had much luck against Burnett in any incarnation. He's just 3 for 21 against A.J. David 1 for 5 last night, hitting .302 for the year, 67 hits, second in the National League.
Never strike out the side in the first inning. I've told you that, right? It's bad luck.
Really?
Never strike out the side in the first inning.
Now, does it count if you strike out 3 and give up a base runner like Wheeler did last night?
That's
okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm talking about the 3 up, 3 down.
Well, he's 1 strike away from doing that. He's thrown 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 1 of them fouled by Murphy. The rest of them all watched.
David jawing a little bit with the umpire behind the plate there, Corey Blazer.
Watch this slider.
Another fastball.
Yeah?
Excuse me. Did I say fastball? I thought I said slider.
You did. Well, your mic's not working that great.
Nobody heard you, don't worry. Curtis Granderson would be next. Well, Burnett watched his old buddy Josh Beckett no-hit the Phillies the last time he pitched. 2-2 now to right. And Burnett's not been pitching very well lately. Got off to a pretty good start this year, but his last 4 starts, 1-3, 6.26. He's been pitching with a hernia all season. He's going to need surgery eventually.
Wow.
But he's trying to pitch through it. He feels as though in some ways that hernia has helped shorten his stride a little bit. Pulled down to third, and Reed Brignac getting the start there. Makes the low throw, but he gets right. 1-2-3 go the Mets in the top of the first. Rafael Montero will take the mound to face the Phillies. When we come back to Philadelphia, no score as we go to the bottom of the first. On 4 hits and struck out 15 times last night. Dominic Brown dropped to 7th in the batting order. Reed Brignac gets his first start for the Phillies. He's been up with them for about 3 weeks. Rafael Montero, first road start for Rafael after 3 starts at home.
His best start was his last. The only numbers you have to look at, though, 9 base on balls and 16 in the third, and he's given up 4 home runs. Have to keep the ball in the ballpark here.
This is a guy through most of his minor league career has been a 2 walks per 9 inning guy. It's been up this year. Ben Revere leads off and takes outside for ball 1. Revere 1 for 4 last night, had a base hit leading off the first inning against Zach Wheeler, and then Zach kicked it into gear and was magnificent. And Montero falls behind him 2-0. Revere, a guy who's almost impossible to walk, a leadoff hitter who's had 172 at bats and has walked 3 times. Zach, who pitched an absolute gem last night. There's a strike, 2-1.
I was watching David Wright. Those first 2 pitches were called balls. They were low in the strike zone. He was beside himself at third base. You know what he was thinking. Those pitches, the same pitches that were thrown to me.
Murphy right there to field it. Throws out Revere for the first out.
Well, look. And we'll look at your Metsy defense. Brought to you by Lexus. Originally, Abreu was in left field. It was switched back over. They flip-flopped Curtis and Bobby. Bobby, of course, is very familiar with right field here. And, of course, Tejada is back in the lineup. And Terry Collins mentioned that they will be splitting time. Darno behind the plate again. He called a very strong game last night. Very strong inside.
Well, here's Jimmy Rollins, 0 for 4 last night with a couple of strikeouts. He's really struggling right now. The three veterans who form the core of the Phillies, Rollins, Utley, Howard, last night among them, they went 0 for 12 with 9 strikeouts. Wow. You didn't think you'd ever see that, did you?
In fact, Howard set a record, right, Gary?
Well, it was his 24th career Golden Sombrero, which is a new major league record. Rollins pulls one foul. Well, this is a Phillies team, and we've talked about it a lot through all the games they've played this year. That just keeps getting older and older. Signing A.J. Burnett, signing Marlon Byrd. They have got 6 players in their lineup tonight, 34 years of age or older, with Howard the youngest of those 6.
Well, they're young players. They got Darren Ruff, who's on the bench. And John Mayberry didn't pan out. And Dominic Brown is just not having a good year.
Rollins strokes one to center, and that's the first hit of the night. Gives Rollins 2,222 base hits, 12 shy of the Phillies' all-time record.
Well, he's going to get it. There's no doubt about that. It's kind of a nice little feather in your cap. It's a very storied organization with a lot of history with the Phillies. Be on top of the hit parade. That's quite a feat.
15 years for Rollins with the Phillies. Utley in his 12th year with Philadelphia. And Chase having a good year. Didn't have a good night last night, though, against Wheeler and Company. Went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Utley third in the National League, hitting at .328. Tied for the league lead in doubles with 22. And Montero gets it over for a strike.
It's interesting. Have you noticed last night's game? Zach Wheeler spent the entire first inning pitching inside to the left-handed hitters. Only one pitch inside so far to the Phillies, and Rollins pulled it foul.
Well, Montero likes that outside corner, and I have the feeling what little we've seen of him so far is his 4th start. He's going to need to pitch inside more to the left-handers to keep them honest. He's got the great changeup. Got that running fastball away. That's his comfort level, that outside corner to lefties.
He's going to have to learn to throw a straight one inside.
Fires outside to Utley, 1-1. You know, we talked last night about playing a 5-game series and about whether you make adjustments mid-series against guys. After seeing Wheeler have success inside, do you go with the same game plan?
Absolutely.
Do you go with a different game plan?
Absolutely, because of the way it dominated. 15 punch-outs and no walks. Yeah, you stay with the same game plan until they prove they've made an adjustment.
And Gary, obviously, Montero doesn't throw it nearly as hard as Wheeler. But that doesn't change anything. It's baseball 101. You've got to establish the inside part of the plate on hitters.
If you don't throw as hard, it's almost more imperative that you establish inside.
He's thrown all sliders and changeups to Utley so far.
And you can see the tempo, right, with Montero and Darno. Not the same as Wheeler and Darno last night. They're on the same page right from the start.
Darno likes to call in. I like it.
And Utley gets a hold of it, deep right center field. Lagares back to the warning track right at the wall, and he reels it in. Rollins tags at first. He moves up to second. Utley almost got it, but Lagares able to make the play in front of the fence for a long second out.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's always the advantage of playing home here. This is not a big ballpark, but look at Rollins at the bottom of your screen. He reads this pretty quick. And Lagares makes this, I mean, he's just such a fine outfielder. He runs it down. But Rollins, when you play at a ballpark here for 15 years, you know the dimensions. He had a hunch he just had a feel that ball wasn't getting out. Very good heads-up base running.
So a runner in scoring position for Ryan Howard with 2 out. Howard 4 at bats, 4 strikeouts last night. Broke his tie with Reggie Jackson for the most 4 strikeout games in Major League history. He's now got that record all to himself.
And there's the big triangle shift.
Howard 3 RBIs shy of 1,000 for his career. Montero again misses outside.
I mean, they're giving Rollins third base, aren't they? I mean, David can't get over there in time on the run to catch a throw and beat Rollins there. I mean, Rollins can get off 20 feet, maybe more.
And really in the outfield, playing him as an opposite field hitter.
And Rollins does run, and Howard hits it out to the opposite field, but that's where Granderson is waiting for it, and that retires the side. So Montero works around trouble in the first inning. Ryan Howard came up a little shy, as Utley did before him. So he muscled plenty out that way, but not this time. Curtis Granderson leads off against A.J. Burnett. Former teammates with the Yankees, and Granderson takes ball 1.
First leadoff breaking ball to a hitter from Burnett. I know we're only through in the 4th spot, but interesting.
Granderson is hitless in his last 16 at bats, but it's been an odd stretch because in each of his last 7 games he's drawn at least 1 walk. And in the last 6 of those games, he hasn't had a hit. How odd is that? Well, it's the first time in Mets history that a player's ever had a 6-game stretch where they had a walk in every game and no hits. If he gets to 7 games, he ties a major league record held by Babe Ruth among a small cadre. There's a strike, 3-1.
Well, the back elbow of Granderson is almost parallel to the ground. Very interesting there. Does it make him swing up? I think a combination of things. Ball 4, he also is very crouched, and when he tilts his head too, if you notice, and that's going to make you more inclined to be a low ball hitter and make it more difficult to swing level on a high pitch. And Granderson is a dead pull hitter and a low ball hitter.
So Granderson walks for the 8th straight game. So if he doesn't get a hit tonight, he will tie a major league record.
So it's a paradox. He's tough enough to pitch to because you have fear, but he doesn't get hits.
Now, right
when
now,
you pitch to him.
So here's Bobby Abreu, who has more hits against A.J. Burnett than any other hitter. 23 hits in 70 career at-bats, a .329 average with a couple of home runs against Burnett. Abreu played 9 years for the Phillies. Came over from Houston in 1998, played with them for part of the 2006 season, and had his best days in a Phillies uniform.
So was Abreu and Johan Santana with the Astros at around the same time?
Well, I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah.
I'll have to go look at that. But the Astros were very much in the forefront signing players from Venezuela.
Yeah.
They got Richard Hidalgo and Melvin Mora and Santana and Abreu, among others. They had a Venezuelan academy before any other organization did. 6 in a row out of the strike zone from Burnett, and he misses upstairs, and now it's 3-0 to Abreu.
This is so typical of Burnett. He can just lose it. Control has always been his problem.
Came into the day second in the National League in issuing walks. 31 walks in 66 innings starting the day. He's walked 1, and now he's behind Abreu 3-0. There's a strike.
Abreu has that look like really no pitch is a strike to him.
If he takes it, it's not a strike.
Someone had taught him very, very well how to hit when he was a youngster. Taught him the knowledge of the strike zone that is so critical.
3-1 from Burnett, and he pulls it just foul.
That would be something for any of the fathers out there or mothers to teach your son or your daughter the knowledge of the strike zone at a very young age. And you do that in batting practice. You have your son or your daughter ask you if there's any question in their mind. I did with my father. Dad, was that low? Yes, son, it was low. No, it was a strike. That's how you learn.
Granderson at first and nobody out. 3-2 to Abreu.
Could have had a close play there, except where Ryan Howard plays. You can never ever make a close play at first base.
Well, Burnett is a guy who's always been easy to run on. He's given up 13 stolen bases already this year.
I think
and
you
one
got
pitcher in the majors has given up more.
I think you got a run and hit here, right? With Abreu.
Well, even if he strikes out, Granderson can steal the base. He goes. There's ball 4. Back-to-back walks, and the Mets are in business in the second. So 2 on and nobody out, and Lucas Duda coming up.
Boy, this is a. If I were pitching here after walking the first 2 hitters, I'm thinking to myself, I got to get a strike 1 on this guy. So this is a prime time for a hitter to be hitting. I know he's walked 2, but still.
And Lucas has been attacking early in the count more than he has in the past.
It's a good opportunity to get a fastball here.
First and second and nobody out. And Duda takes the curveball outside for ball 1.
And that's even better because now he's missed with a breaking ball and he's 1-0. So now you can be real selective. Be sitting on a fastball. And if you get something secondary, if it's a good one, take it.
And now he's behind Duda 2-0.
Granderson with a small lead. Abreu, when he leads off first base, he kind of makes sure he's pointed in the right direction, Keith.
He wants to get that out of the corner of his eye. I always just like to rely on my first base coach. 3-0, my gosh, he's just lost it.
You know how in softball you're not allowed to lead, and you kind of lead with in your running stance with a foot on the base. That's what Abreu looks like.
It's like Little League, they do that
Little
too.
League,
You
right.
can't lead.
You can't get a lead
until after it crosses the plate.
Right.
Well, the plate is a mystery to Burnett, who, ironically enough, threw strikes on his first 9 pitches today, but now he can't throw any. Duda swings 3-0, and he drills it down the right field line. Granderson will score. Abreu racing to third. He'll be held up there. Lucas Duda swinging 3-0, and he drives in the first run of the game with a double. 1-0 New York.
Well, that is all on the manager, and we've seen enough now. Last night gave Chris Young a 3-0 hit sign. Duda, so that's Terry Collins, and I like the aggressiveness of that. And Duda takes full advantage. Big leg kick right in his wheelhouse.
I would not be surprised if that was the first time in Lucas Duda's career. Well, there you go. Second time he has had a hit on a 3-0 count. So our guys in the truck were Johnny on the spot.
I just love the aggressiveness of the Mets the last couple of days.
So a run is in, second and third, and nobody out for Travis d'Arnaud. The infield back, they'll concede another run on a ground ball, and he takes a curveball for a strike.
Need to get d'Arnaud going here. He's very valuable behind the plate in the game that he calls. Need to get his bat going.
Just his second day back from the disabled list after missing 16 days with a concussion. 0 for 4 last night. And that'll get a run in. Utley thinks about going to third, but throws to first to get d'Arnaud. So a doubly productive out for d'Arnaud. Brings in Abreu, moves Duda to third. 2-0 New York.
Aggressive hitting, 3-0. Situational hitting by d'Arnaud. Beautiful. You get this guy in from third with 1 out, it's almost a perfect offensive inning.
Well, they're going to bring the infield in here.
Already down 2-0. Tejada the batter with Duda at third. Rubin 4 hits in his last 9 at bats. And 2 very good games in a row. Flores played last night. Tejada right back in there, trying to pick up the run. 2 runs home in the inning. And the curveball hit, base hit. Duda comes in to score. 3-0 New York. Tejada jumping on a first pitch breaking ball, drives in his 11th run, and the Mets with a big second inning against A.J. Burnett.
I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but doesn't it seem like the Mets are a lot more aggressive lately?
Well, he was sitting on a breaking ball there. The other thing you have to think about, if their advanced scout had done his business, Montero can't hit at all. So you could have walked Tejada, figured on the second out with Montero, and then gone after Lagares to try to get out of the inning.
That's a good point.
Still only 1 out. Now Montero can go up and try and bunt. And he gets a bunt down hard, but Burnett will go to first with it. So the sacrifice successful. First major league sacrifice for Montero. 1-4, moving Tejada to second.
He's been working on it. He looked pretty good right there, Rafael Montero.
Well, the inning was fueled by back-to-back walks, and the Mets have more than taken advantage. Duda swinging at a 3-0 pitch. By the way, only the 4th time in his career he has swung 3-0.
I mean, just beautiful form. Bat out front and catches the ball with the bat. Very nice. Pinching it with those 2 fingers of his right hand.
So now Lagares with a runner at second and 2 out. And he takes a strike. Lagares was caught looking his first time up. Boy, talk about 2 different innings for a pitcher.
That's A.J. Burnett's career.
Yep.
And I mean, 150 wins, a lot of big league wins. But that's kind of been his career.
Well, Burnett, you know, has the 22+ hundred strikeouts. Also, he's very close to having over 1,000 career walks.
Well, the walks have really hurt him here in the second inning. Guys ahead on Lagares 0-2. And the curveball fouled off.
Well, Lagares, in some ways, is almost more dangerous with 2 strikes now. He's always going to have at least 1 strike on him, it seems, taking that first pitch that you said, Gary.
Well, that's an awfully impressive 2-strike batting average, more than 70 points higher than the league average.
He goes the other way nights, again, inside out. His tendency, if you can get him to fish for a bad breaking ball.
Fastball, strike 3 call. Lagares caught out for the second time. But the Mets, big hit by Duda and Tejada. They lead 3-0 in the second. Player had the most hits for the Phillies in the 1970s. 70s were not always a great decade for the Phillies. 1980 was a great year.
Yeah.
And they had, you know, the second part of the decade, they were competitive every year.
Yep.
First part of the decade, not so much. Marlon Byrd leading off in the home second and pulls one toward the hole and gets it through for a base hit. And Byrd, who accounted for the only Philly run last night with a home run, has their second hit of this game.
Well, Mike Schmidt came up when? Around, he was there, I feel like I remember, he was there before me. I think Schmidt came up in 73?
That sounds about right.
Is it maybe in the stadium? Wearing a Phillies uniform, maybe?
There's Carlos Ruiz, and he takes a fastball strike.
So Schmidt came up, and that was Luzinski and Schmidt and Boa. They all came up together.
When did Maddox come up?
They got Maddox from the Giants.
Okay.
Don't forget. So Maddox in the early 70s was with the Giants.
Okay.
So the Phillies, their first winning season in that decade was 75. They won 86 games. In 76, 77, they were great. They won over
76 was their the year they ran away with it.
But then they got beat by the Reds.
Was it the Reds? What was the year they got beat by the Dodgers?
77.
That was the next year. Okay, yeah.
The Reds in 76 swept the Yankees.
Yes.
That was the Danny Ozark, the manager, left Greg Luzinski out in left field late in the ball game at Dodger Stadium with the ball against the wall. That Luzinski didn't make the play. was under a lot of criticism for leaving Luzinski, the bull, in the game.
There's a strike, 2-2 to Ruiz.
Luzinski was their best clutch hitter. I feared him up with the game on the line. Boy, he could hit.
Well, the Phillies lost in the league championship series 3 straight years, 76, 77, and 78. And then finally in 1980 under Dallas Green, they broke through and
won it all.
Well, the fourth outfielder on that team when they didn't take Luzinski out was Jerry Martin.
Oh.
They could have put the mud in there.
Line the other way. Abreu coming in, and he snags it. Nice play by Abreu to retire Ruiz for the first out.
I think that ball got in the lights for Abreu for a short period of time.
Nicely played. He's been out there before. He's very familiar with right field. And you're right, Ronnie.
The initial lineup tonight.
He had it spotted.
The initial lineup tonight, Ray was in left field, Granderson was in right. About an hour before the game, Terry Collins switched them back. And I wonder whether that was Abreu saying that maybe he was just more comfortable in right field.
I think so.
There's Dominic Brown with 1 out and 1 on, and a curveball for a strike.
Listen, when you're a proud athlete and you're over 40 years old, you have a say in where you're going to play.
Well, this young man right here is going to play himself out of the lineup if he doesn't watch out.
Batting average down to 200 for the year. 0 for 3 last night. In the air to left, easy play for Granderson. And that's the second out. Bird goes back to first.
That's nice. Montero's first out inside to a left-hander.
Watch Dominic Brown take BP. With you, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Nothing but fly balls. Just a purposeless batting practice.
You need the purpose-driven batting practice.
Every day. If you don't practice correctly, right?
It's like anything else. You're right, Ron.
Here's Wade Brignac. Cody Ashley is on the disabled list with a hamstring. He's the regular third baseman, so they're searching for a solution at that spot. Cesar Hernandez played the last couple of days. He had a terrible night last night, so Brignac gets a start tonight. His first start for the Phillies. Last year played for the Rockies, the Yankees. Started this year in the minor leagues, called up about 3 weeks ago, and finally getting a chance to start.
Tampa Bay early in his career? Yeah. He's one of those super subs that Joe Madden always seems to have.
He's not quite Ben Zobrist.
No.
1-1 to Brignac.
I proved myself prescient here, Gare. Spring training, we were asked a question by Greg Picker who was going to have the best record at the All-Star break. We got a long way to go. I said the Giants. Just saying.
You're in pretty good shape right now. There's 16 games over 500. Nobody else more than 10.
Well, just to be, careful about your pick there, Keith. Can't root for the Giants when they're playing the Mets out there.
Oh, of course not. I was never a Giant fan anyway.
I don't think he was indicating a rooting interest, merely an expert's analysis.
Oh, they're
impartial.
Yes,
neutral.
that's right.
Neither positive nor negative.
That's right. Thanks, Gary.
Burnett would be next. Bird has not attempted a stolen base this year.
Has Matt Cain made it back yet from
No,
the knife
in fact,
wound?
he has just been scratched from his start tomorrow.
Hamstring, right?
Remember, he and Casilla got hurt in the same game.
Yes.
Both with hamstrings. In the dirt, knocked down by Darno, 3-1.
2-1 changeup there from Montero. We saw it in yesterday's game. Wheeler really powering through the lineup. Montero being a little more cute. 2-1 change.
Then two entirely different pitchers.
Yeah.
I mean, Wheeler, the way he threw last night, I mean, Wheeler was bringing it. And he was throwing some major gasoline.
And Brignac pops one up in foul ground. Wright hoping for a play. And has just enough room to grab it. The ball came back a little bit for David. And that gets Montero through the bottom of the second. A leadoff hit and one left. On to the third we go. Mets 3. Phillies nothing. Knowing where you are. The Bill Bradley call it a sense of where you are. And it is the time of year as we move toward Father's Day that we always welcome Michael Milken into the booth. Michael, how are you?
I'm great. It's fantastic to be with you tonight.
Michael is here as always with the Prostate Cancer Foundation Home Run Challenge. Tell us about the challenge this year, Michael.
Well, it starts on June 9th. Tonight is a bonus night, and it ends on June 15th. And all home runs hit from June 9th to June 15th. Count, and you can go to homerunchallenge.org and pledge money.
And how many years have
this is our 19th year. The Mets have hit 67 home runs during the Home Run Challenge, and the Prostate Cancer Foundation has contributed $51.4 million to medical centers in New York over that period of time. Just phenomenal work that's been done. And if you remember, the person that really started this program was your owner, Fred Wilpon, and Jerry Reinsdorf.
Well, it's a tremendous cause, and I know that so much money has been raised. Give us some numbers about where we are with prostate cancer research in this country.
Well, the death rate has fallen by more than 50% since we started with this work, and it's been really a combination of Major League Baseball, greater awareness, that's really helped drive this effort. And there's been 6 new drugs approved. When I was diagnosed 21 years ago, they told me and my wife Lori that I only had 18 months to live. So first, I'm the happiest guy to be in the ballpark with you tonight. But I would say with all the advancements, they might have told me I would live out a normal life today. And so it has dramatically changed. And what we know about prostate cancer has changed so significantly during this 19 years.
What have been the advancements in as well as diagnosis and treatment?
Well, the treatments, there's a number of treatments, one called abiraterone, that almost 25% of the men that would have died that go on this drug lead normal lives today. And so the advancements were originally shutting down the hormones that drove prostate cancer to expand. We've learned a lot about nutrition during this period of time. And for about 25% of all men, what you eat plays a major role. And it can either decelerate or accelerate the growth of prostate cancer. And we know things like broccoli and cooked tomatoes today, for a number of men, serve a very, very useful purpose. We also know if you're...
Murphy caught stealing. Oh. Nice throw by Ruiz and good tag by Utley for the first down.
Now, do you think that's worth a replay?
We'll take a peek right now. I was paying more attention to you, to be quite frank. Oh, they got him. They did get him. Nice tag by Utley. Right before. You got it. So good throw, good tag. I think that's pretty apparent.
Great camera work.
Oh. Well, we got the best. The question is whether he actually tagged him.
I think he got him.
Bob Guerin's still on the phone, not 100% convinced, but Terry Collins has come off the field. Michael, the message has been to men for these last couple of decades to get tested. How well has that message been received?
That message has been extremely well received, and I would say the #1 awareness program in the world is really this Home Run Challenge baseball program. People watching, and we found often the next 30 days, more men get tested after Father's Day. When it ends,
they got him.
and that there's so many things that there is no test, pancreatic cancer and others. Here, that simple blood test, and there's been a lot of controversy, but I can tell you for sure I had absolutely no symptoms. I had a very high PSA, 28, when I was diagnosed, and it spread to my lymph nodes. But had I not had a blood test, I wouldn't have known anything was wrong. And I'm sure I wouldn't be with you today.
Draws a walk.
So the idea that Mr. Wilpon came up with, as we were discussing, is the great American pastime. Come out to the ballpark, remind your dad, your friend, your neighbor, your brother to get tested for prostate cancer. Enjoy the game and spend time together. You know, it's hard really to sit and talk to anyone at a hockey game, at a basketball game. And so baseball as the great American pastime. And the most exciting play was the home run. So if there's going to be a home run, in the first few years, we used to send thank yous to the pitchers. Now, I know that's how you didn't feel too good about that, David, but we said, you know, we know it was bad, but we want you to know something at least good came out of it.
Anderson hits it out to left, and Brown is there to grab it. 2 out.
And the first year Major League Baseball suggested to us we shouldn't be sending any letters to the pitchers. Just let it go.
Among the players, I know on Mother's Day we saw this year everybody using the pink bats and all the pink paraphernalia for breast cancer. How has that been absorbed by the players as far as that what they're doing here for the prostate?
Well, we have been teamed up with breast cancer. Unfortunately, I've lost 4 relatives to breast cancer, and 1 in 8 women get breast cancer, 1 in 6 men get prostate cancer. And I think they've both served as a great awareness program. You know, we have our blue wristbands, blue bats also. And I think that day, as Father's Day, really reinforces the idea of how important it is to get checked for prostate cancer. We still have not answered the question as to why African American men have a death rate substantially higher and an incidence of prostate cancer substantially higher. We're doing a lot of work in that area and hope in the next couple years we'll have the answer to that question. It very possibly is a combination of heredity and a combination of lifestyle. You know, what you eat, etc. Prostate cancer is one of those cancers where if you have one family member who's had prostate cancer, your probability doubles. So it'd go to 1 in 3.
Has there been any one particular or a group of players that have been really involved actively, active players?
Well, we've had 3 Hall of Fame managers that have really been active. Joe Torre, who's had prostate cancer. Tony La Russa, who hasn't but has been a real spokesperson. And Tommy Lasorda, who's traveled with me for 16 years. Speaking about it, Frank Robinson also has done a number of things related to prostate cancer.
That's a fair ball, and that's going to do it for the Mets in the third, and gives us a chance to thank Michael Milken. Good luck with the home run challenge.
Thank you, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you on Father's Day.
Take care.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
Michael Milken for the Prostate Cancer Foundation Home Run Challenge. We go to the bottom of the third here in Philadelphia. The Mets leading 3-0. Audi A3.
Ron, that was a real brilliant question you asked Michael.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Now I have to ask Ronnie a very important question.
Okay.
This is probably the most important question I will ask you during this 5-game series.
Okay.
You were out of the booth for the last half inning.
Yes.
Oh.
There's a major feature here in Philadelphia every time we come here. The Turkey Hill ice cream.
Yes.
And I succumb to it every day that we're here. You've been trying to stay away.
Yes.
And this last half inning gave you an opportunity to, to fall off the Turkey Hill wagon.
I did. I went over to it.
Oh.
I perused it. Well, I was about to order, and the guy behind the counter was called away.
Frank.
So it was karma. It was like, okay, get out of here. So I got out, and I watched the rest of the half inning with Jay, and I was laughing because David Wright had said that sometimes Murph thinks he's invisible when he's running the bases. So
you were saved.
I'm 0 for 2.
Good for you. Burnett pokes one out to right. On comes Abreu sliding, but he can't make the catch. And Burnett has a base hit. A.J. Burnett now 6 for 21. He's hitting 286. Just dunked it in front of Abreu.
You feel as though with the pitcher up, if he hits a ball with that kind of trajectory, it should be caught. But Bobby Abreu at 40 plus has to play a little deeper than your younger outfielder.
Last night, occasionally it's a pitcher. Last night it was a position player. Get that 9-3 put out, right? Because the right fielder plays so shallow. Was it Billy Butler got thrown out last night?
By Jose Bautista for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Ben Revere takes outside. I mean, that's bad when a position player gets thrown out of that 9-3.
I saw Ed Lynch got thrown out in San Francisco, and he had about an 0 for 38 working, and he hit a line drive screamer to right field, and Joel Youngblood threw him out at first base.
Joel had a great arm.
Joel had a great arm, no question. I played against Joel, gosh, back in A-ball. He was with Tampa, which was the Reds in the Florida State League. Ray Knight was on that team. They won the division.
Revere hits it out to right center. Should be easy for Lagares. And that's the first out. A lot of balls in the air. All Philly bats so far in this game.
Well, Montero's the kind of pitcher that if you reach out, you're going to hit some balls off the end of the bat, which Burnett did. But that was a changeup to Revere that got him to pop up.
6 of his 7 outs so far have been on balls in the air. 1 out and 1 on. Now Jimmy Rollins, who singled to center his first time up. Jimmy Rollins moving up on that all-time list of hits against the Mets. He won't catch Pete Rose, but could catch Chipper Jones this weekend.
And don't forget, Petey played for the Phillies for a couple years. How many years did he play here? Took him to the World Series.
1980 he was here, but he was also in Montreal for a period of time.
So he lost a few years in the Philly uniform. I still say the Phillies never would have won the World Series, never would have gotten over the hump to win the National League if Pete Rose did not play first base for them.
Just the one play he made against the Astros in that league championship series when Bob Boone didn't catch the foul pop and Pete caught the deflection.
Yes. Just Pete was a winner, infectious player.
Montero ahead 1-2. And Rollins hits a bullet into right field. Burnett will pull in at second, but now Abreu bobbles it, and Burnett will continue on to third. So Rollins has his second hit, and then tack on an error on Abreu, allowing Burnett to take the extra base.
Fastball, too much plate. No chance for Murph. Let's see the hop here. Really, with the pitcher running, that is just a muff. Very unusual. Abreu with good hands. See, but Burnett will give him credit. He kept his eye on the ball. And the ball hit way too hard. No chance.
So the Phillies have their first real scoring chance. First and third and 1 out. And big guys coming up, Utley and Howard. Utley hit one of the center field fence that Lagares caught his first time up. That's with a 3-0 lead. Utley the tying run at the plate here in the third.
Jimmy got a nice secondary lead there on that first pitch from Montero.
Trying to hold him close to keep the double play in order. Breaking ball fouled off.
Interesting how Lagares, with more confidence in his playing the outfield, he's beginning to play a much more shallow center field. Don't you notice?
I agree.
He's playing Utley, who's got pop. Now remember, Utley just hit one almost out of the ballpark to a 398 sign out in right center field. And he's playing very shallow.
There goes Rollins, and Utley hits it down the line. That'll go foul. So Rollins was on the move. Now, a fly ball to Lagares medium center field. You got the pitcher running at third. You might have a chance to throw him out at the plate, but you got a 3-0 lead. You want him airing it out, throwing home?
Hit the cutoff, man.
Yeah.
If you got a shot to throw him out, throw it home. Hit the cutoff, man, to freeze that runner at first. And Lagares is very good at that.
Montero ahead 1-2 on Utley. There goes Rollins again. Murph's only play will be to first. A run will score. And the Phillies get on the scoreboard as Burnett comes home to cut the Met lead to 3-1. So by putting Rollins in motion, they stay out of the double play that could have ended the inning.
Remember Howard in his first at bat, we showed his reaction to just missing a fastball away from Montero.
You got
a ball out to left field.
You got to be careful when you let that Howard extend his hands. You really got to crowd him.
Rollins at second with 2 out. He takes off for third and no throw. So Rollins steals third base. His 7th steal of the year. Kind of a gimme with Wright playing way off the line against Howard.
Well, it allows David now with Jimmy on third base to play a full big shift, but it also allows Jimmy to go 45 feet down.
Why wouldn't Rollins just steal home? I mean, what is to prevent him from walking all the way down the line?
He can come down further, really as far as he likes. I mean, force David Wright to get out of that pull defensive position.
Pulled foul. I mean,
you're right. He could go 75 feet down. As soon as he starts to deliver the ball, just run across the plate.
He can go over halfway home.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why players don't do that in this situation. It's an absolute gimme run.
At least it would accomplish one thing. It would get David Wright out of that pulse position he's in.
They're also looking to get 2 runs with the big man.
Oh, but now it's an 0-2 count to Howard.
You're right. With a 1-2 count, I'd come all the way down, try to rattle the young 23-year-old.
Howard lifts another one to left. Another easy fly ball for Granderson. And that retires the side. So Abreu's error cost the Mets a run. 3-1 New York as we go to the 4th. will lead off against A.J. Burnett, and we check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Well, Gary, we're seeing Lucas try to do anything to get out of the current slump that he's in. I mean, swinging on 3-0 for only the 4th time this year and get his first time up. How about last night when against a shift he dropped down a beautiful bunt for a hit? You know, I think he's a guy who's just trying to get out of it right now. He told me, hey, you know what? When I'm going the way I'm going, I'm hitting 220. I've got to do something to help the team win. And I'm fine with that if that's going to work. He said, I've been practicing it during batting practice, and if it certainly depends on the situation. And I think if I'm red hot, I'm not going to do it. But right now, why not? Bob Guerin put the idea in his head on the homestand, and he tried to do it kind of half-heartedly in one at-bat, but squared around too late. Guerin said, listen, take your time. If the shift is out there, if you're really going to do it, take your time and really square it up early enough and get it down. If you drop it down, they're not going to get you out. And Guerin told due to this, you know, he's not trying to turn him into a bunter. Certainly, he's a power guy. This year, with the idea in your times, certainly there's times where the pitch is the ball, you're not going to do it. Maybe the situation. Well, let's say you get 8 hits. He said, how many times are you going to go through an 8 for 20 stretch? Take it if it's there, guys.
Well, there's no question what all the shifting has done is presented players with different opportunities. And we talked about it in the last half inning with Rollins, who could have easily walked in with a steal of home. Same thing's true with the bunting. They're going to give it to you. Why not take it?
Well, I think offensively, Gary, the offenses are trying to catch up with all this shifting and figuring out what to do to beat it.
And Duda goes down on the curveball. 4th strikeout for Burnett. First out in the 4th.
Well, the big bender. Down and in. Good spot.
Think of it this way. If you're a young power hitter, you come up in today's game, you almost never are going to get a line drive base hit to right field on the ground. I mean, you hit the ball hard on the ground to the right side. That's no hits for an entire career, just about.
It's one of the reasons why singles are at their lowest level in decades, because the shifts take away so many singles. So where do those singles reside? They reside in the bunt on the other side of the diamond. So it's a matter of evening things out. d'Arnaud grounded out to drive and a run his first time up. And he takes one the other way, and he's got himself a base hit. So d'Arnaud, his first hit since coming back from the DL, an opposite field single.
Oh, the Mets looking to get d'Arnaud going offensively. Fastball right down the pipe. His full intent was to go the opposite way. He stays level on that high ball. That's what I like about d'Arnaud.
So 1 out and 1 on for Ruben Tejada, who jumped on the first pitch he saw and lined it into left field to drive in a run. Ruben now has 5 hits in his last 10 at bats.
Travis d'Arnaud, if he's going to hit for any kind of average, is going to have to get 50 of those hits a year. He's been told what by his, not mentor, but one of his heroes, Mike Piazza, use the whole field. I mean, that's going to be his strength as he matures into a hitter.
A.J. Burnett was out on the free agent market for most of the winter. He talked last year during his season with the Pirates about potentially retiring.
And I think he was going to retire this winter. He was thinking about it until he got an offer that couldn't refuse.
It wasn't until right before spring training. February 16th he signed a 1-year $14 million offer. No, $16 million from the Phillies.
And it's a player team option for next season.
Of course, he began as a Mets draft pick. It was back in 1995, 8th round pick out of high school in Arkansas. Never made it to the big leagues with the Mets. He was in spring training with the Mets 1 year, and that's when the whole fuss started about the nipple rings, which were pretty new for a major league clubhouse when AJ showed up with them.
Still new to me.
When he when he was traded to the Marlins in the Al Leiter deal, first came up with Florida, their nickname for him in the Florida clubhouse was Satan, because he was a big fan of Marilyn Manson.
Oh, okay.
So a lot has changed for AJ over the last couple of decades. Tejada gets under one. And it should be easy for Revere. And that's the second out. Sunday, the defensive line getting pedicures. Find out why and how it helps on the field. Plus, the crew breaks down the first week of OTAs on an all-new Jets Nation Sunday at 7 only on SNY.
Did you read that correctly?
Defensive line getting pedicures. So, see, now you're going to tune in and see what it's all about.
Well, you can get that AstroTurf toe, you know.
You think that's it? That's why they get
keep those nails.
So you got pedicures when you're in St. Louis? Is that what you're saying?
I did not.
Oh,
I'm thinking about getting one though. Pamper myself.
Have you ever had a pedicure?
No, I've never had
Neither
one.
have I.
I've never had a manicure.
I've not had one.
Never had a manicure.
Maybe we should all go together.
Never had a facial.
I've had a facial.
Serious?
Yeah, it's great. Very, very soothing.
I think I'm going to make like King Farouk one day.
I think the three of us, maybe we should bring a camera.
Okay.
The three of us should go for Manny Petties together. Now that would be a show.
That would be riveting TV.
0-2 to Montero. And a little tapper. Rollins hurries in. And Montero is thrown out to end the inning. A hit and one left. Middle of the fourth in Philly. Mets up 3-1. This is Game 6 of the 1980 World Series. That's the play we were referring to.
Look at Pete.
Rose bailing out off road.
Johnny on the spot. He could play.
Just moments after that, the Tug McGraw struck out Willie Wilson to secure the first World Series title for the Phillies. Imagine that after all the years they played here. They had terrible teams for so long.
Yes, they did.
Finally won it all.
I saw downtown Ollie Brown in 1974, my rookie year. No one in the stands at Veterans Field Stadium. Bases loaded. Bate McBride had a base up the middle. He came in and threw the runner out, went through his under the wickets, inside the park, a single, triple.
Yeah.
They booed him until the inning was over, and then booed him all the way into the dugout.
Wow.
They developed a reputation for that. You know?
Oh my gosh, it was brutal.
They used to boo Schmitty, right?
Sure.
Yes, they did. His first year when he had the tough year.
Well, he hit under 200 his first.
Yeah.
Anybody who's played here has been booed at some time. Right?
Dick Allen.
Well, he returned the favor.
He did.
Marlon Byrd leads off the home fourth inning against Rafael Montero, who gave up an unearned run in the third. Marlon Byrd, who did such good work for the Mets for 4 months last year, started out his career with the Phillies. In fact, his debut was for the Phillies against the Mets. And now back where it all started for him 12 years ago.
Well, this is kind of a listless Philly ball club there. Remember how energetic they were and electric?
He also had 45,000 people here every night.
Yeah, Rollins was an electrifying player. They're all older now, as Gary mentioned earlier.
Well, they had Victor Reno when they were good.
Yeah,
so that
he was
made a
inspiring.
huge difference. And Jason Worth.
You know, we just showed Pete Rose. You don't see a lot of pepper pots like Pete Rose in the game anymore. Everybody's kind of the good citizen, you know, and laid back.
Montero behind on Byrd, 3-1. And Marlin fouls it away. Well, Montero in his last start struck out 10 against Arizona. He does not have a strikeout tonight. He was only the fourth Met rookie to strike out 10 or more in one of his first 3 starts in the big leagues. But he's not really a big strikeout pitcher. And he walks Byrd to lead off in the fourth. His first walk of the night. So the leadoff man on for the 3rd straight inning for the Phillies, and now Carlos Ruiz, who lined out to right his first time up. You talk about these Phillies and not having a lot of life, and it's remarkable. We talked about it last night, how poor their offense has been at home this year. Now, you know, obviously the Mets have struggled to score at home, but they play in a ballpark that is not known as a hitter's park. This is considered one of the best hitter's parks in baseball.
There's the age, 30 and a half years old. I mean, that's a big part of it. You know, can you bring it every day when you're 30 plus?
Well, we mentioned earlier, the Phillies tonight are starting 6 players 34 or older. Ruiz being one of them.
Well, I remember when I was young and Lou Brock was on the end of his career, on the serious backside, and in great shape, and it would be those late night flights on getaway day, the next town on the road, Lou'd be sleeping, and all of a sudden I turned 34 and I started sleeping. So it catches up to you.
Yep.
It's funny, isn't it?
Well,
only in sports is 34 old.
That's right, right. Well, you showed the Pete Rose bit from 1980 when they won the World Series. I pitched against that team in 1983, and that team was a very old team. I mean, Morgan led off, Pete Rose hit second, Schmidt hit third. They had a lot older team that year.
And they got to the World Series that year, which might have been the worst thing that could have happened for them. Slider off the plate, 3-2 to Ruiz. Because they didn't revamp that team, and it wasn't for another 10 years that the Phillies had any success.
Trying to think of their pitchers, starting pitchers that year. John Denny.
Byrd at first and nobody out. 3-2 to Ruiz. And he has himself a base hit. And the Phillies have the first 2 men on in the 4th. It's 5 hits now against Montero in 3 innings plus.
2 good at bats from Ruiz.
So now Dominic Brown, who flied out to left his first time up. Bird at second, Ruiz at first, and nobody out. Tying runs on base in a 3-1 game. Montero really struggling on both sides of the plate.
To me, if I had to say one theme about Montero, and I know he had strikeouts last start, he's just being too fine. That's, the first pitch has got to catch more of the plate.
Now, is that mechanical, or is that a matter of a young pitcher comes to the big leagues and gives the hitters too much credit?
Pitching away from contact, giving the hitters too much credit, trying to be perfect. That's what it is.
Well, we have seen enough of Montero from spring training and read enough of his numbers to know that this is not the kind of pitcher he is. He's not a guy who's going to be 2-0 on everybody.
Can you be patient enough to walk this walk with him? Pardon the pun.
Now behind 2-0, and Brown hits one deep to right field. Back goes Abreu out of the warning track. Right back at the wall. It's out of here. Dominic Brown with a 3-run homer to put the Phillies in front 4-3. The 4th home run of the year for Brown, and boy, have the Phillies been waiting for that.
Barely. This is meant to be away. Look at Darno set up on the outside corner. Inner half down. And in this ballpark, which is very short in right field, didn't get out by much.
These are the things that happen when you pitch around the strike zone. You end up in fastball counts to guys that have some power.
5th home run allowed by Montero in just 20 big league innings. So the Mets had a 3-0 lead. That's now gone. Reed Brignac takes ball 1. Brignac fouled out to third his first time up. So a walk, a single, and a 3-run homer from Dominic Brown. And the Phillies are in front for the first time in this series. Coors Light cold hard facts. Dominic Brown was up among the league leaders in home runs last year, but most of that came in the first half. Second half he struggled. First half of this year he struggled.
13 home runs in May last year.
So almost half of his total in 1 month.
And that is his 16th home run since last May.
So that's June, July, August, September, April. 6 months.
That's a season.
So which one is the real Dominic Brown? Last May or from that point forward?
It was interesting before Brown hit the home run. Murph came in to try to settle Montero down. I know he doesn't have as many years as the other guys, but it might serve to Hottawell to come into Montero when he's struggling a little bit, just because of the language. It might be easier for him to help Montero through the tough spots.
And David carries a lot of weight coming in,
Well, your point is well taken, Ronnie, about the language, because most of the Mets young Latino players speak very good English.
Right.
Montero does not. Part of the consequence of the fact that he was signed very late. He didn't sign until he was a 20-year-old, so he's been in the States a relatively short period of time. Most of those young Spanish-speaking players who come up through the Mets system are given a lot of instruction in English, but they just haven't had as much time with Montero. Well, the Mets bullpen's going to get an early start. Daisuke Matsuzaka and Carlos Torres both up. Hat on for Daisuke, so he's serious. 3-2 to Brignac, and he hits a rocket into right field for a base hit. 4 straight Phillies have reached base to start this 4th inning. 7 hits now for Philadelphia off Montero.
And the second time through the lineup here, they seem to get a bead on Montero, and out comes Dan Warthen. Ball up. He likes to run that fastball away. Still think he needs to find a 4-seamer to pop inside, Ronnie. He's young.
No, I think this is a little lesson when you watch a team that's immersing all these young pitchers, that you're going to have some of this is going to happen. There's going to be some growing pains that are going to happen all summer. Henry Mejia is not going to be perfect all summer. He's going to go through a time where, he gives up a tough game that you think you won, but you don't. And how does he react off that? That's the key as these guys move along.
Now A.J. Burnett, who singled and scored a run in the third, he'll be asked to bunt this time. A.J. looking for his first sacrifice of the year. And bunts it foul. City probables for the remainder of the series. Jacob deGrom, who's been tremendous despite not getting a win yet in his big league career, goes against Kyle Kendrick tomorrow. John Neese Sunday afternoon matches up for the third time this year against Cole Hamels. And then Monday night, Bartolo Colon coming off a great outing against Roberto Hernandez. And he's hitting 800.
I saw deGrom and Zach Wheeler walking in Philadelphia into Rittenhouse Square today, but they're off in the distance, and I couldn't tell who they were. And I was thinking, boy, those two guys are tall. They must be maybe basketball players for Penn or something. I got closer. It was Zach and deGrom.
The hair didn't give it away.
No, it was far enough that I wasn't sure. Zach's birthday today, 24. Candles.
Congratulations. Certainly celebrated in style last night with this performance.
Uh-oh.
And that stays fair. Darno goes for the force, but pulls Tejada off the bag, and everybody's safe. And this inning is turning into a nightmare for the Mets.
Gary, how would you rule that? Did you rule out an error and no sacrifice, or?
I would say no sacrifice because a good throw.
Yeah, right. Good to have him, right. But you can't deaden this any more than what Burnett did.
He almost deadened it too much, right?
He did deaden it too much.
It is no sacrifice. Fielder's choice, error on the catcher. So still nobody out of the inning, and now Ben Revere comes up, and the Mets again will look for the bunt. Revere is grounded out and flied out. He's set to swing and takes a strike at the knees.
Well, usually the sure accurate arm of Darno.
You got to have Revere bunt here.
Rollins and Utley to follow. Nobody out in the inning. 3 runs already home, and Revere hits the comebacker. Montero gets the out at second. Tejada the relay in time for the 1-6-3 double play against a very tough man to double up.
That was a gift. Thank you very much.
Well, I think probably the thinking behind Sandberg letting him hit here is the speed of Revere. Very difficult to double up. It's the one sure double play. Right back to the pitcher, hit hard. But when you've got a team struggling, nice play by Montero here. Beautifully done. With your team struggling to score runs and you're out of your order coming up, I think you got to bunt them over.
The second double play Revere has hit into this year. So now a runner at third with 2 out for Rollins.
See, I think you bunt him over because of his speed. He's a guy that if he bunts a real perfect kind of bunt, he can beat it out also. So you got 2 things in the works there.
Brignac at third with 2 out. Rollins already 2 for 2 tonight. Takes the slider for a strike, 1-1. Montero just trying to survive now here in the 4th inning, and that double play helps him out big time.
That's what Montero needs to do. If he misses, he can't bleed it out over the plate. He's got to miss inside like what Wheeler did last night. Rollins has become pretty much a dead pull hitter from the left side of the plate. Be reluctant to come inside. Try to get him to roll over.
Now it's 3-1 with Utley on deck. Montero's already thrown 30 pitches this inning. Half of the balls. 3-1. And he walked him.
Wow.
Second walk of the inning.
And this is the right move.
All for Montero.
It's the right move. Don't want to let this game get away.
So Rafael Montero unable to work his way through the fourth. And for a rare time this season, a Mets starter will exit early. Daisuke Matsuzaka will be the long man out of the pen tonight. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Montero exits after 3 2/3. Mets down 4-3. Park, where the Mets had themselves a 3-0 lead. Did not have Steve Carlton on the mound tonight.
No.
Rafael Montero did not have his best outing by any means. 10 strikeouts his last time, none tonight. No give way to Daisuke Matsuzaka.
You know, it matters none how this move works out, because Rafael just did not have it tonight. So you want to bring someone in the middle of the inning and try to take your shot at getting out of it and scoring some more runs.
And, you know, it's a tough spot for a young rookie. He's 0-2, his first start on the road in hitter's ballpark.
Well, Montero 3 2/3, gave up 7 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts, 1 home run, 3 earned runs, and a chance to give up a couple more unearned runs here. It's hurt by Abreu's error in the third and by Darno's error here in the fourth. Chase Utley, the 8th man up in the inning.
First pitch breaking ball has been the way that Daisuke usually comes in relief.
First and third and 2 out. As Rollins goes diving back in. Jimmy already has a steal tonight.
Well, with the advent of Vic Black, Familia coming around, pitching better, it now has strengthened the bullpen in other ways. Daisuke is your long man now, and a guy you can bring in a situation like this where you need first batter to get out.
Rollins takes off. Utley lifts one to shallow left. Granderson coming on, right going out, and Wright makes a brilliant catch! Over the shoulder sliding David Wright going deep on a post pattern and makes a run-saving catch.
This is a Unitas to Raymond Berry.
David Wright keeps it a 1-run game. Gold glove play. 4-3 Phillies after 4.
Wow.
fan base. Now some familiar faces who turned their love of the team into a career share their thoughts on being a loyal supporter. Find out what traits they think are needed to be considered a true diehard fan on Mets Insider, presented by WB Mason, Sunday at 5 only on SNY. So the Mets behind for the first time, top of the batting order, third time around against A.J. Burnett. Juan Lagares has twice been called out on strikes tonight. That's had a 3-0 lead. Down 4-3, and it could have been a whole lot worse but for that wonderful play that David Wright just made.
That was a big league play.
The angle that he took was very similar to that seminal play that he made in San Diego where he caught it with his bare hand. That ball wasn't hit quite as high in the air. This one, when it went up, looked like it was Granderson's ball, but Granderson was not really in the neighborhood. And David had to bail him out. And boy, did he. Two-1 to Lagares, and it takes a strike.
Well, here's the play, David. The key to this is keep running. That is just a beautiful play. Saved a run to boot.
Tough play for Brignac with the bare hand. Safe. Lagares beats it out. Brignac did everything he could, but Lagares with the infield hit to start the fifth.
Well, you're right, Gary. Does everything he can do, but Lagares runs too well. Seen a lot of bleeders this year. And Lagares with that gallop.
What's interesting about that play is that when you're a hitter and you're out front that much, it really is propelling your body towards first at the same time, so you get that extra half step.
That's fourth hit of the night. So now the tying run on base, Daniel Murphy coming up. It's been one of those odd nights for A.J. Burnett. Threw nothing but strikes in the first inning. Walked a couple, got himself in trouble in the second. Walked a couple more in the third. Mets ran themselves out of an inning as Murphy was thrown out trying to steal.
Well, here's the close-up view. Nicely done. Nice shift to the fingers. Actually, he threw all four fingers.
That's why I don't think he got enough on the throw.
It's tough to get something. I don't think it would have mattered if Lagares was down the line.
And for the second straight night, the Phillies are using a third baseman who hasn't played much third base. For Brignac, this is his fifth big league start at third base.
They've had a merry-go-round of third basemen, haven't they, in the last few years?
Ever since Scott Rowland left.
Yep.
Really for a decade.
Trying to think. Placido Polanco, David Bell.
David Bell, right. For a team that has had a solid core, that's been the one piece of the infield that has been mixed and matched. 1-0 to Murphy, and now Burnett behind 2-0. He walked Murph his last time up.
Well, it's got to be because of the injury, the sports hernia, but you know, when you watch Burnett, he's just totally standing straight up and down, not pushing off, and kind of luckily he's got that great arm, just using all arm and kind of upper body.
He's not throwing anywhere near 94, 95. That's why I think he's getting more movement, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Burnett could have the surgery now and miss 6 to 8 weeks, but he's chosen not to do that. Wait till the season is over if he possibly can. But his performance has gone backwards over his last 3 or 4 starts, so you wonder whether he's going to be able to do that. 3-0 to Murphy with Wright on deck, and there's a strike.
What happens when you pitch with an injury is that your mechanics get all fouled up, and you know, you're not pitching like you used to, driving off, driving towards the plate, and you're kind of throwing darts out there, and your mechanics can get offline, and that's why I think he goes in for great against one batter and then walks the next guy on 4 pitches.
It's the same injury that curtailed Scott Rice's season last year. Now, Rice was in a different situation. He was being asked to pitch almost every day, and I wonder whether it's easier as a starter where at least you can get treatment for 4 days.
He can, but for Rice, he probably had to grit his teeth just one hitter every time he came in, as opposed to trying to get 18 to 21 outs.
Inside ball 4, and the Mets have 2 men on. That's 5 walks now issued by Burnett. And David Wright will come up with a couple of men on.
Well, this was the final out of last inning. But runners on base. Just one heck of a play. Doesn't get any better.
So now Wright, who has had very little success against A.J. Burnett, is grounded out and walked today. 3 for 22 in his career against this right-hander.
I was thinking of some of those other names we didn't give: Greg Dobbs, Pedro Feliz, Wes Helms, and Michael Young last year.
So they really had a revolving door trying to fill that spot at third. And when they called up Cody Ashley last year, they thought he might be the answer, but he hasn't played real well, and now he's hurt. So last night Hernandez, tonight Brignac. So here's Wright, first and second, and nobody out. And David takes a fastball strike. Mets have won 6 straight in this ballpark. David Wright, a big reason why. Homered in each of his last 3 games here last year. He's hit 19 in this ballpark. And Burnett ahead of him 0-2.
David didn't like that call.
Yeah, that ball's down. He's been telling Corey Blazer all night long that ball is down.
Oh, you got to forget about it now. It's too big a part of the ball game. It's 0-2. You got to bear down.
Burnett has walked 5, struck out 4. And he gets right on 3 pitches for the first out of the inning. So 5 strikeouts now for Burnett.
Well, he let that one go, Keith.
Yes, he did. And when you need the strikeout, you put a little extra juice on it, and it sneaks by the hitter. David wasn't beat on it. He just swung under it.
So 1 out. Now Curtis Granderson, who's 0 for his last 17. Should be a marvelous time for him to snap that streak. He's walked and flied out tonight. 2 on and 1 out. And Curtis takes an off-speed pitch for a strike.
Under it, as you see. Wasn't thrown by him.
Curveball strike to Granderson. It's 0-2. Bobby Abreu would be next.
That's pretty good curveball right there if it was a strike. It was on the outside corner. First one had more plate. He's always had an excellent breaking ball, Burnett.
He's ahead on Granderson. Comes inside with a fastball. Burnett had the best strikeout season of his career last year with the Pirates. 209 strikeouts in 191 innings, 9.8 strikeouts per 9. That was the highest number of his career at age 36. He's down this year. This year he's at 7.2 strikeouts per 9, which is a little closer to his career norm.
Broke in back in August of '99 with the Marlins. Went to Toronto, the Yankees, and the Pirates. 18-game winner for Toronto in 08.
1-2 to Granderson. And this is inside to his former Yankee teammate. 2-2.
Those 18 wins, Keith, got him the contract with the New York Yankees, where he went 1 game under 500 for his career there. Those 2 fastballs in, have to set up the breaking ball away.
You know the highlight of his career with the Yankees? Beating the Mets. He was great against the Mets as a Yankee. 3-0, ERA under 1.5. Granderson gets tied up and he went around strike 3. Doug Eddings with the call down to third. So after the first 2 men reached, Burnett strikes out Wright and he strikes out Granderson. 2 out.
I think he swung here. Tough pitch to lay off.
Started with 2 curveballs, 2 fastballs in, another breaking ball. I'm telling you, you just cannot check swing these days. You have no chance.
So now it's left to Abreu, who walked and scored in the second, then hit a 3-footer and was tagged out by Ruiz his last time up.
Maybe first pitch swinging Abreu here. Maybe he set up Burnett by taking all those pitches.
Utley playing around 10 feet in the outfield grass at second base.
2 out and 2 on, and Abreu takes a strike. He didn't think so.
Good strike right there. You see Utley playing back on the grass, and I think rightly so. Abreu doesn't run at like he used to.
Garrison Murphy, the base runners, with 2 out. Too high, a ball and a strike. Mm-hmm. 1-1 for Burnett, and Abreu takes inside 2-1.
Very slow pace here. Abreu always wanted to be very deliberate getting back in the box.
Huge pitch here for the Mets and the Phillies.
You're going to drop a hammer.
2-1 hammer.
No, going back in.
And Abreu hits a rocket down the line, a base hit. LaGarrison with the tying run. Murphy being waved around third. He's on his way home. And the Mets regain the lead. A 2-run double for Bobby Abreu. 5-4 New York.
Well, one inside once too many. Off a wily veteran. Ruiz setting up inside. Bledel just enough out over the inner half. Nice hitting. No chance. That's a 2-out clutcho right there.
Funny how the game works. First pitch, the fastball in. He doesn't think it's a strike, as they're going to walk Duda intentionally. But then he has to realize that anything in is going to be called a strike, so he becomes more aggressive in and gets the base hit.
So Burnett probably could have come farther inside, but instead caught enough of the plate, and it's a 2-run double.
It's not the wrong pitch, because 2-1 you have to throw a strike. So, you know, you can't error in to go 3-1 there.
You'd have thought that was ball 4. There's only 3.
Well, I think Abreu pays attention when he's not hitting, and he saw that the aggressive calling and the pitching inside the left-hand hitters.
Well, he's had 44 at bats as a Met, now has 7 RBIs, and that one puts the Mets back in front.
There's a way to quicken the game, and a little bit. That's not a lot. Just send the person to first base. No need to throw the 4 pitches.
Then you
with men on base,
miss out on the occasional wild pitch.
With men on base,
walk.
I'm just trying to quicken the game.
Well, you can do it with no one on base. Yeah, go.
Okay.
Yeah,
but you don't do it with no one
potentially with nobody on unless they're Barry Bonds.
Unless it's the Babe.
Here's d'Arnaud with 2 out and 2 on after the intentional pass, and a curveball to start him off. d'Arnaud drove in a run with a ground down in the second, then went the other way for a base hit in the 4th. His first hit since coming back from the DL. Abreu and Duda aboard. Mets gave up the lead in the bottom of the 4th, but Burnett allows them to get it right back. d'Arnaud, former Phillies first-round draft pick, back with his original organization, playing here where when he was first drafted he must have always thought he was going to be playing his home games.
So traded for Halladay and Dickey.
Traded for 2 Cy Young Award winners. Just happen to be healthy right now. 1-1 from Burnett. And he lays off that curveball. 2-1. Burnett's about to throw his 30th pitch here in the 5th inning, after Rafael Montero threw 31 before getting knocked out in the last half inning. Carlos Torres gets up with the pitcher's spot 2 batters away. Otherwise, Matsuzaka, I'm certain, will go back out there for the bottom of the 5th. Ruben Tejada on deck. Well, Burnett allowed an infield hit and a walk, struck out Wright and Granderson, but Abreu burned him for a 2-run double. 2 out, 2 on, 2-2 to d'Arnaud. Ball 3. So that'll get the runners, neither one of whom is all that fleet, an automatic start. Abreu and Duda will be running.
Bullpen of the Phillies inactive.
97 pitches now for Burnett. He went 7 innings in his last start against the Dodgers, despite giving up 6 runs, 11 hits. 3-2 coming, and the curveball struck him out, and the inning is over. Burnett struck out 3 in the inning, but in between, the Mets regained the lead on Abreu's 2-run double halfway through. 5-4 New York. San Diego that David Wright made. Same angle, but this time no glove necessary.
Wow.
9 years ago, 2005, was the same series in which that horrific collision between Beltran and Cameron took place.
That was coup pitching. I knew because he had number 17.
Sure it wasn't Jose Lima?
No, left-handed.
No comment.
You know number 17 of the Mets? Cool.
Luis Lopez?
David Combs.
George, that was an homage to you, though.
Yes.
To your left.
That's the only one I didn't mind.
You sure Cool wasn't an homage? Well, the Mets now with the lead. Daisuke Matsuzaka threw 1 pitch, got that great catch by Wright to Rob Utley and keep it a 1-run game. Now the Mets up by a run as Ryan Howard leads off the home 5th. Howard 0 for 2, twice his fly down to left field. So Rafael Montero now off the hook. He went 3 2/3, allowed 4 runs, 3 earned, 7 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts, and a home run. And now the Mets hoping Daisuke can stick around a while.
Well, interesting. Matsuzaka's velocity way down. 87 and 88 on those 2 pitches.
Well, Daisuke's last appearance came as a starter. That was Sunday in the doubleheader against Arizona, and he went 6 terrific innings. Now with regular rest, back tonight. Two and one to Howard with Marlon Byrd and Carlos Ruiz to follow for the Phillies. Howard just 1 for 7 against Daisuke in his career. It's this one out to center, and Lagares barely has to move. 1 out. Well, the Mets into their bullpen tonight. It's been stellar lately. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin.
Yeah, it really has, Gary. And we saw some of it last night, certainly with Vic Black and Henry Mejia. But Jeurys Familia is in that mix, too. And there's a lot of things going right here. First of all, the simple aspect of throwing strikes. I mean, his strike percentage this year is so much better than it's been the last 2 years in his time in Major League Baseball. And I talked to Ricky Bonas about what he thinks is the reason for that. He said, well, I think there's a couple things. I think, first of all, he's grown as a pitcher and as a person, number one. And with that, his confidence has grown. He said there was an outing at the beginning of May in Colorado. He went 2 innings, Familia, in that outing, didn't allow a run. And Bonas said, you know what, I just felt like he repeated his delivery. He had confidence out there. And I felt like since then, he's really been a little bit of a different pitcher. You know, when you look at Familia and these guys, he said, you know, I think the thing that I've tried to tell these young guys out in the pen is use that bullpen to get loose. Use it to repeat your delivery. You do not have to go crazy. You do not have to have adrenaline over here. The adrenaline will come when you get in the game. If you are relaxed and do those things out here, it'll come to you easily in the game and you won't have to think about it. And I think those are things that have happened to Familia, to Mejia, and early on to Vic Black.
Well, the thing I like is that we had some pictures there of the Mets bullpen and Familia. It doesn't only start when you start warming up. It's thinking that you're going to be in the game, having the confidence to know that you're going to be a part of this ball game. See Scott Rice also going at it. And I think for Familia, it's all just a confidence thing. Everyone knows he's got the stuff to be a great reliever. The thing that people forgot is that it was his first time in the bullpen last year. No, you're asking a guy that's been a starting pitcher his entire career just to jump in the bullpen and dominate. Doesn't always happen like that. He's starting to dominate now.
You know, Ryan, a couple things to add to that. Bonas said, you know, I've tried to tell these guys too, you don't have to just blow everybody away with gas. You know, you can use your other pitches. You can change it up. You don't have to go out and throw it by everybody. And I was looking at some numbers today that I thought were interesting. You know, it's one thing to look at strikeout to walk ratio, but with Familia, I wanted to see the exact amount of strikes and balls that he was throwing, and he's really improved. I'll tell you after the pitch.
3-2 coming to Byrd, and he walked him. Third time in a row that Marlon Byrd has reached base.
So granted, some of this is a limited time in the major leagues, but in 2012 he was basically throwing 1 strike per every ball he threw. And then last year, Ronnie, as you were talking about, as he got acclimated to the role, he was throwing 1.2 strikes for every ball that he threw. This year he's 1.7 strikes for every ball. Now, what does that number mean? Well, it's third best on the Mets for 1. And if you look around, I got an example like Craig Kimbrell. He's 1.86. So that gives you an idea. That's a very good number for Familia.
Well, just like Mejia has taken to the limited closer role, I think all of us felt that Familia, once he tapped into that confidence level of knowing how good he is and that he was going to dominate hitters at the end of ball games. You know, if he's the bridge man, the 8th inning, that'll be his role at some point on this team.
Well, part of the task for the Mets has been to look at the embarrassment of riches they've had among their starting pitchers coming up through the system and identify which of those guys might thrive in the bullpen. They did that with Familia, and more recently with Mejia after a few fits and starts. And you know, the early returns are certainly that they made the right call.
Well, sometimes you have to make those tough decisions. Think about it this way, Gary. If you were watching Craig Kimbrell throw as a 20-year-old, wouldn't you say, boy, we got to make him a starter? You know, the Braves made him a closer, and he's one of the best in the game. But that takes a courageous kind of act to do that. But someone with that good of stuff.
But it also helps when you have the depth.
That's right.
You know, that you can take that kind of arm, make him a one-inning guy, but you're left with DeGrom and Montero and Syndergaard, or in that case with Tehran and Delgado and Minor and all their guys. Here's the 1-2, and the curveball bounced over third. That's a fair ball going down the line. Bird will go to third. Granderson just getting to it. Bird will stop at third base. Ruiz has a double. And the Phillies have the tying and go-ahead runs in scoring position with one out. Just a bouncing ball, but with right way off the line. It's a double for Ruiz.
I thought it was a double play when he hit it. David was way off that line, like you said.
Slow curve. If you have the communication from your shortstop that it's going to be the slow hook, you can kind of shift over towards that line. The ball, the guy's more apt to pull. And Daisuke leaves it too far inside, Ronnie. It's a good breaker, but it was too far over the plate. Good hitting by Ruiz.
So now Dominic Brown, who had a 3-run homer that gave the Phillies the lead in the last inning, up with 2 men in scoring position here in the 5th. Infield back except for right at third. And a strike call. Brown's home run was his 4th of the year, now his 25 driven in. Daisuke ahead 0-2.
Well, here's the home run. Montero wanted to keep it away. And that, I think, has been the problem with Dominic Brown. Even though he hasn't been hitting home runs, he's got a lift swing. He's got himself in a big hole here.
Daisuke could use a strikeout. He's ahead 0-2 on Brown with Brignac on deck. Right back to Daisuke and right through his legs. That'll bring in the tying run. Tejada able to throw out Brown, but Daisuke very unhappy with himself. Thought for sure he was going to be able to field that ball. Instead, it went right on by, and we're tied at 5.
This is one of those seesaw games. Not hit that hard off the end of the bat.
Right through the 5-hole.
Sometimes when the ball comes off the bat to the pitcher, it's like a changeup, and he almost closed the glove before the ball got there. That's why he's so dejected, disgusted, any other D word.
So Brown has his 4th RBI of the night on what looked like a simple comebacker. And now the go-ahead run at third with 2 out for Reed Brignac, and the Mets are going to walk him intentionally because A.J. Burnett is out on deck and there's nobody up in the Phillies bullpen. So the Mets will take advantage of that. Burnett at 98 pitches through 5 innings, but Ryan Sandberg wants to keep him out there, and the Mets would love to face him in this spot rather than Brignac.
Well, that's what I've always said about Terry Collins, is you're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. You're not going to find him sleeping. He's alert. He's very much into the game.
The one thing that's a little bit of an issue here is that Burnett's not an easy out. I mean, he's not an automatic out. Just say 286 before that last kind of error on the catcher,
which is, it's an aberration for Burnett's career, lifetime 117 hitter, but nonetheless he has been swinging it well.
I think you got to go with the percentage here.
Yeah.
So in a 5-5 game, Burnett bats with 1st and 3rd and 2 out. Daisuke's walk to Marlon Byrd has come around. Ruiz, it would look like a double play bouncer, but with the infield configured the way it was, it turned into a double. Brown hit would look like a comebacker that might keep a run off the board, but it went right between the legs on Daisuke, so it's been kind of an odd inning. Nothing hit hard, and yet a run on the board and the go-ahead run at third base. Josh Edgin is up in the Mets bullpen. He could be brought on here to face Revere if Burnett's able to keep the inning going. Of course, you got left-hand batters, 3 of the top 4 in the Phillies batting order. So it's a series where you expect both your lefties to get a workout.
A lot of breaking pitches from Matsuzaka, who doesn't have that good fastball tonight.
2-1 to Burnett. Cut. 2-2. Burnett has 3 home runs in his career, but it's been a while.
Well, Lagares in center field and Abreu in right are at Williamsport depth.
Well, Abreu much more shallow than he was Burnett's first time up when he dumped one in front of him. First and third, 2 out. 2-2 from Daisuke. On the outside corner, Burnett caught looking to end the inning. But the Phillies were able to scratch out the tying run. After 5, it's 5-5. Football partnering with the New York Jets to help local youth football leagues with equipment donations, clinics, and Jets game experiences. Right now we're accepting applications. If you know a local youth football league in need, apply today at facebook.com/SNY. Well, Fanatic making like Jimi Hendrix or Prince. I can't tell which one with the purple.
Well, it could be a purple Paul Revere and the Raiders.
There you go. Yeah, it's a more Hendrixian.
Yes. No question.
Guitar work. The Fanatic with quite the healthy diet, scrapple especially. You ever had scrapple? It's a Philadelphia tradition.
No.
It's kind of a cross between bacon and sausage. I like the tongue. It's very nice in the graphic there. Gives you the full feel for the Fanatic's repertoire. 6th inning in a 5-5 game. Ruben Tejada leads off against A.J. Burnett. Matt Dendecker on deck to bat for Daisuke. Tejada singled in a run back in the second. Mets at a 3-0 lead, fell behind 4-3, took the lead on Abreu's 2-run double, and the Phillies tied it in the bottom of the 5th. You got the pitching coach, the catcher, the pitcher, and the pitcher's interpreter. It's like Yalta.
Dan Worthen with a good bow there.
Thank you.
He's got to keep his
curb reference. Very nice. It's the 2-0 pitch. Big swing by Tejada, 2-1. Ruben trying to get away from the big swing. Trying to hit the top half of the ball and get back in the good graces. A.J. Burnett over 100 pitches deep into his night. The results certainly have not been stellar for Burnett lately. And he gets the curveball in 2-2.
You know, just like Josh Beckett, his friend from Florida, now with the Dodgers, threw his no-hitter. Burnett should throw that breaking ball more. It's his best pitch right now.
So far this year, 33% curveball. Strike 3 called. Now I'm looking at the curve. 8 strikeouts now for A.J. Burnett. That matches his season high. Let's check in with the studio. C.J. Papa has a game break brought to you by your local Tri-Honda dealer. Braves trying to snap a 4-game losing streak that's dropped them into a first-place tie with the Marlins. Mets just 3 games back starting play today in the equal opportunity National League East. Matt Dendecker turns one around foul. That'll make it to the upper deck.
Well, remember last year, the Braves got off to that 13-1 start. It buried just about everybody. That has not been the case, and the Braves are just scuffling to score runs right now.
If they don't hit home runs, they don't score. Last night, 3 errors in the last 2 innings doomed them against the Red Sox. 0-2 to Dendecker, his second at bat since being recalled. Oh, 2 from Burnett, and Dendecker down on strikes. 3 consecutive strikeouts now for Burnett. He's got 9 for the night, most he's had in a game this year.
It's that breaking ball again. It's so good. And he's got a good feel for it. That at this point in his career, it probably is a 50-50 thing. 50% curveballs, 50% fastballs.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Lagares, who had an infield hit and scored in the 5th. 1 for 3 on the night. And he takes a first pitch curve for a strike.
Who jumped all over Wainwright?
That was the Giants. Hunter Pence had a 3-run homer in the second. 5-0 Giants in the third. They are so hot. I mean, if you're going to batter Wainwright,
yeah,
you're right at the top of your game.
Things have not come easy for the Cardinals this year.
That's Bumgarner against them, correct?
The Giants 35-19, best record in baseball. 7 wins in their last 8 games, and pulling away, up 6.5 in the West going into the night.
Long way to go.
Yeah. Dodgers going to have to go on a 42-8 run again.
Strike 3 called, and Burnett strikes out the side in the 6th inning. 10 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett. 3rd time he's gotten Lagares looking. 5-5 in the 6th. brought to you by Citi. Citi is bringing one local restaurant to New York's Field, Citi Field. Vote for your favorite at Mets.com/Citi call-ups. By your Tri-State Cadillac dealer, visit CadillacTristate.com to search local offers and find a local dealer near you. And by Cure Auto Insurance. Rates should be based on how you drive, not your credit score. Cure Auto Insurance. Drive well. Never have to go to the concession stand. You have that hat wired properly.
I'm not a big fan of that cap.
Well, if you dance in it, everything's going to spill, and then just out of luck. Josh Edgen will come in to pitch the bottom of the 6th for New York.
You were saying, Gary, in between innings, you only faced one batter last Sunday. Edgen has been that guy that's come in really just to face one batter since he's come up in the minor leagues, but now looking for him to get through at least Howard.
You got Revere, Rollins, and Utley in this inning, and then if anybody gets on, Howard. Revere is 0 for 3, grounded out, flied out, and then a huge at bat in the 4th inning as the Phillies were really taking apart Rafael Montero. They had first and second and nobody out, and Revere was not asked to bunt, and with a comebacker into a double play that really helped the Mets out. Warner's in against him, and he dribbles one foul, and Edgen's ahead 0-2. Josh lost his velocity during spring training and was an early cut. It had been a disappointing 12 months for him, but changed some of his mechanics, found his velocity again, and now back in the big leagues.
It's been a quieter moment for him, too, being brought up with all the other young arms that got a lot more publicity. He's able to stay under the radar.
Oh! Chin music.
You want to dive over that outside corner? Well, here it is.
You can do this, young man. That'll shake him up.
One, two. Popped it up into shallow left, and Granderson is there. One out.
Well, he's built low to the ground. He's strong and powerful. Very thick is Josh Edgen. Big legs. You want to use him. And you can see he really drives off. He's got that real bent knee, and then it goes into kind of buckles on that front leg.
A wrestler.
Yep.
Jimmy Rollins with that right-handed for the first time tonight. He was on base 3 times in a row batting left-handed. 2 singles, a walk, a stolen base. And the slider in for a strike. The starter Montero went 3 2/3, 4 runs, 3 earned on 7 hits. Daisuke Matsuzaka an inning and a third, 1 run, 1 hit. And now Edgen in the tie game in the 6th. Off the end of the bat. That'll stay foul. 0-2.
Is that a changeup, you think?
I think it was a breaking ball.
Yeah, not a good one.
Just kind of fluttered up there and got Rollins out in front. He cued it.
We talked about it last night with this 5-game series. There should be plenty of work available for the Mets to situational lefties. A 5-game series. So Rice for 1 batter last night. Now Edgen tonight. It wouldn't be surprising if we see Rice before this one's over. In the air to left, and Granderson should have room. 2 out. So Edgen has set down his first 2. Trying to become the first Met pitcher to throw a 1-2-3 inning tonight. A little cherry ices.
Yeah.
That's nice.
He just fed Mom some. What a nice boy.
He's well behaved.
Yes. Oh, picture. Oh,
Mom's happy.
He's going down for the cherry ice. Forget about the picture. Not interested.
Young man. He'll be up all night.
Let's see.
Here's Utley. It was 0 for 3. It's a hard 0 for 3. He had the ball he hit to the center field fence back in the first inning that Lagares caught. And a ground out to drive in a run in the third. And then last time up, he hit one to shallow left that looked destined to fall in for a hit before David Wright came to the rescue. Ryan Howard would be next. So Utley looking for his first hit in this series. Murphy to his right. Running throw. Side retired. Josh Edgin comes in with a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th. That sends us off to the 7th in Philadelphia, tied at 5. Friday when the Mets take on the Padres at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Mets t-shirt courtesy of Premio. For tickets, visit Mets.com/free-shirt-Fridays. Well, A.J. Burnett out there for the 7th inning, 109 pitches deep.
10 strikeouts.
First time this year he's struck out double digits 33 times in his career. Daniel Murphy leads off the 7th and takes the curveball down for ball 1.
Big inning for Burnett right here. Obviously going to burn right through the middle of the order, the meat of the Met order.
Murphy's walked twice and struck out. 2 of the 5 walks issued by Burnett. Grounded to the right side. Easy play for Utley. 1 out. Actually 6 walks, but one of those intentional for Burnett tonight. Jake Diekman, one of the 3 lefties in the Philadelphia bullpen, getting himself ready.
We had a good look last night at Matt Hollins. Boy, he was impressive. Mario, sorry.
Pretty courageous effort here by Burnett, right? Sports hernia, 112 pitches now in the 7th inning, and trying to make this game a little easier for his pen by plowing through the middle of the Mets order.
I think this might be his last batter of the night. He's had such great numbers against Wright, and then he got all the lefties coming up. And David takes one the other way. Toward the line goes Bird, sliding, and he made a terrific catch. Marlon Byrd takes a base hit away from his former teammate, and there are 2 out.
Well, this is just a nice play here. Sliding catch, very nice.
Just see his left knee hit into the turf and brought up some sod.
Divot.
A knee divot.
He's a big man.
Very nice play.
And so Burnett's going to stay in to face Granderson, who's 0 for 2 in a walk tonight.
Seeing some influences of Jim Fry and Don Zimmer. There's the divot replaced. and Ryan Sandberg, who were kind of unconventional managers, weren't afraid to push their starters. Saw him not bunting with Revere earlier. Some different kind of moves by Rhino.
You have to know who you can push too, right?
Yeah.
Your 37-year-old pitcher on a one-year contract, more likely to push him. Curveball has just been devastating all night.
He's got a good one.
But inconsistent enough that the Mets have touched him for 5 runs and 5 hits. 1-2 now to Granderson. And he got him on the half swing. Side retired. 11 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett. Retired 7 in a row. Helped out by Marlon Byrd. Byrd making the nice sliding grab to take a base hit away from David Wright. And that sends us to the 7th inning stretch. Still tied at 5.
With that one.
Garland after the post-game show, and Chris will be talking about his summer vacation. Always good. Hope he takes some video, shares it with us. Ryan Howard leads off the home 7th against Josh Edgett and takes the fastball off the plate. Howard looking for his first hit in the series. 3 fly balls tonight after 4 strikeouts last night. So the Mets have held Utley and Howard hitless so far in 15 at-bats in this series. A.J. Burnett went 2 innings further than most starters would have tonight. And really helped the Philly bullpen out.
He's probably angry at that 2-1 pitch to Abreu, the double.
But nothing since. He retired his last 7. There's a nice slider for a strike, 1 and 2. And Burnett with 11 strikeouts, a season high tonight. So, it's one of those games where he gave up 5 runs in 7 innings. He said it's a bad start, but did an awfully good job.
It wasn't a bad start tonight. He did a good job.
3 of the 5 runs are walks.
1-2. In the air, deep right center. Abreu back onto the warning track. And at the wall, he makes the catch. So Howard leading a just slightly smaller ballpark.
Howard's had 4 pitches to hit in this game. 4.
Well, that's going to be all for Edge, and he certainly got the job done tonight. 4 batters, all retired. And now with the right hand hitting Marlon Byrd coming up. Terry Collins is going to make a double switch. Chris Young is coming into the game.
Well, he missed it.
So the Mets will make a double switch. Jeurys Familia in. Edgin after some strong work out. 5-5 in the 7th. We'll be right back. The new pitcher, Jeurys Familia, will hit in the number 4 hole as Granderson came out.
Well, Kevin did his great report on talking about Familia, and as he's gotten more and more time in the bullpen, has gotten better and better with throwing strikes and needs 2 big outs in this inning.
Bird and Ruiz, the 2 right-hand batters, are his targets. Bird's been on base 3 straight times, a single and 2 walks, and he scored 2 runs. Just made a terrific catch as well in right field. 5-5 bottom of the 7th. Familia, day before yesterday, picked up his first save of the year, a 5-out save against the Pirates. That was on Wednesday afternoon. And he throws a slider for a strike, 0-1 to Bird. So the Mets on their 4th pitcher of the night after Edgin faced 4 and retired them all. Two sliders, 2 strikes. 0-2 to Bird.
You notice something out of the pen? The ability to throw the breaking pitch for a strike from Black, from Edgin, from Familia. Very interesting. A little change. Makes that fastball even faster.
Marlins still waiting for a fastball. Quick pitch. Got him with the fastball away. 2 out. That was impressive.
Quick pitched him. Almost not fair. 2 hooks. Strike 1, strike 2. Quick pitch fastball, 4-seam on the Black. 97.
He not only pulled a LaTroy, he pulled a Cholula. 98.
Oh, 98. I said 97. Sorry.
Short
Jeurys. Just jealous.
So here's Ruiz, who's hit the ball well all night. Lined out to right, single to left, double to left. 2 for 3. 2 out and nobody on, home 7th. The only run against the Mets bullpen so far was on a ground ball between Dice K's legs that brought in the tying run in the 5th. Hit by that man, Dominic Brown, who's on deck. He's got that slider on a string, doesn't he?
He does.
It's more like a curveball, Ron.
Yeah, it's like a slurve. Yeah, definitely, Kate. He's going to try to sink this ball down and in.
He's throwing hard, too. His ball's got electricity on it. Got zinging in there.
Now, the breaking ball is all right first couple of pitches if it's a strike. But once you get ahead, you've got to throw that one that's down. Let's see what the call is here. Again, slider from Travis.
2-1 to Ruiz. Swinging strike, 2-2.
That's a good one.
That's nasty.
He snapped that one off.
Almost unhittable. Look at that ball coming out of his fingers. Tight spin.
That's a beautiful thing. That is. Woo.
He's going to quick pitch him again.
Standard set. Did he go? No. Marvin Hudson with the call, 3-2.
Ruiz is only going to hurt you. Anything up, middle of the plate in. So anything down and away. I don't think you even have to get too cute with your slider. Just fastball down and away. But he wants to go with slider.
3-2 from Familia. And he walked him.
Good eye.
5 walks from Met pitching tonight. And after 15 strikeouts last night, only 2 tonight. So now Dominic Brown has driven in 4 of the 5 Philadelphia runs. A 3-run homer in that weird ground out that went between Matsuzaka's legs. Ruiz the go-ahead run at first with 2 out.
Oh, it's the misses.
There was a misses fanatic.
I did not either.
Slow grounder and right along the line, due to make sure it stays fair, and the side retired. Nicely done by Familia. He gets 2 big outs in the 7th. On we go to the 8th with Abreu, Duda, and d'Arnaud coming up, tied at 5. When he was a Philly, he was known as Richie Allen. Maybe hit the ball as hard as anybody who's ever played the game. 351 career home runs, lifetime .292 hitter. Played some third base, played some first base, later became an MVP in the American League when he was known as Dick Allen with the Chicago White Sox. How about the hill at Crosley Field?
Yeah. Dick Allen was one of the strongest men to play the game, and that's him in the Philly uniform when he came back to the Phillies. And as a young player, struggling myself, he got a base hit at Veterans Stadium, and I'm struggling. I'd already been sent down, and he came to first base, holding him on. He goes, "Young man," he goes, "I like your swing. Don't lose your confidence. You got a chance to be a good one." How about that?
Wow.
Thank you, Dick. Mr. Allen.
Well, Richie Allen was a guy as Jake Diekman comes in to pitch for the Phillies to face Bobby Abreu, who had a 2-run double his last time up. Dick Allen was not an easy player in his career. He was a guy who often didn't want to take batting practice. He was booed unmercifully by the fans in Philadelphia, to the point where in his last season with the Phillies, the first time around in 1969, the last home game of the year, that's up the middle, and no chance for Utley to throw out Abreu. Makes that wild throw that Ruiz backs up, and Abreu has an infield hit, and he's on base for the third time. And so the Mets get the go-ahead run aboard. Lucas Duda coming up.
Well,
to throw this ball.
Utley probably should have put that one in his back pocket. No harm, no foul.
Anyway, that last home game in 1969, he takes his foot when he's playing the field at first base and draws in enormous letters the letters B-O-O. Back at you, fans.
Right, he booed them.
At one point earlier, he had written in the dirt the words "trade me."
Jeez.
And they eventually did. They traded him to St. Louis, and then he went to the Dodgers for a year, but then he wound up in Chicago on the South Side. He resurrected his career, and he was monumental for Chicago.
Jim Cott, former teammate who pitched with Dick behind him, just loved him. Speaks nothing of big kind words. He's also that Dick Allen loved him because Jim pitched very quickly, and Richie would always say, "I like you. You pitch fast."
Dick liked to get to the racetrack after the game.
That's
too.
right.
1-1 to Duda. There goes Abreu. The throw by Ruiz, not in time, and Abreu steals a base. First of the year. And I believe that's the 400th stolen base of his career. Ryan Sandberg's going to come out. They might want to challenge.
Well, you could sneak one off of a left-hander. He's in.
But
clear.
Jimmy stays with him. Does he take his hand off the bag?
He got it back.
Yeah, I think you're right, Keith.
Brian O'Nora, the second base umpire and crew chief, right on top of it.
So here we go now with he's off the bag right there, but gets it. Ooh. It's close.
Well, if it stands, it's career stolen base number 400 for Bobby Abreu, and they are going to challenge.
It's late. He's going to see it. He knows it's a big part of the game.
So Sandberg uses his challenge.
Look, they're all getting all over him. Howard, Rollins, Utley.
Tell you what, if this play stands and Abreu winds up scoring, he's going to be and it's the deciding run. He's the star of the game.
Well, an enormous challenge here, because this is the go-ahead run. Now Abreu clearly beats it, but does he come off, and is he tagged while he's off?
I think it's too close to call. And even if it isn't, it's too close to call him out.
You know, one thing is he does not get his foot back. His back foot is off the bag.
But the hand came down, it appeared,
Let's
before the
see.
tag.
Yes, he got back.
You certainly can't overturn it on that evidence.
Yeah.
And they confirm safe. So the Phillies lose the challenge. The call stands. And the Mets have the go-ahead run in scoring position. And Bobby Abreu has his 400th career stolen base, his first this year. What a big game he's had.
Wow.
Walk, 2-run double, infield hit, and now a stolen base to get into scoring position.
Now Duda has to get something to pull, at least at minimum advance the runner.
Duda 1 for 2 and an intentional walk at an RBI double on a 3-0 pitch back in the second. 2-1 from Diekman, and he throws him a slider. 2-2.
Abreu also stole that off Diekman, the left-hander.
He just broke from the belt, took the chance.
Element of surprise.
A very wise player.
Also wants to show off a little here in Philadelphia, I'm sure.
Duda tries to hold on the slider away, and he stopped it in time. 3-2.
Diekman's been very strong for the Phillies in the bullpen. He really owns left-handers usually. His only problem, he's given up 4 home runs in his last 17 appearances. That spans over only 20 innings.
3-2 to Duda with Darno on deck. They've got a right-hander up in the bullpen. Mets do not have a left-handed bat on the bench. They use Dendecker, who was their only left-handed stick.
Situational hitting for the Mets has not been good all season. It's been outstanding in this game today. See if they can continue it.
(3-2) coming to Duda, and he struck him out. Big strikeout for Diekman, the 12th for Philly pitchers tonight.
Is that just fastball right there?
Fastball outside corner knees.
Okay.
Pretty good pitch,
Good
Ronnie.
pitch.
Let's see. Set up a way. Let's see where the glove is. That's
Good pitch.
outside corner knees.
Yep.
Might have swung anyway. Yeah, that would have been called a half swing. So Abreu still at second with 1 out for Darno, and they're leaving Diekman in to face him. Darno 1 for 3, a single back in the 4th. Also drove in a run with a ground out. Mets 5 runs, 6 hits. The Phillies 5 runs and 8 hits. We're in the 8th. And Darno fouls away the fastball.
Remember now, too, Sandberg now, his first full year at the helm. He took over the ball club, mid-season last year, late. He's not afraid to stick with a left-hander against a right-hander. He's not one of those guys that will use 3 pitchers in an inning.
That's right.
And afraid to get second-guessed.
Well, his bullpen has been a huge concern all year. That's a nice-looking fastball from Diekman, 0-2. Mike Adams up in the Phillies bullpen. Got all right-hand batters coming up here. Tejada, then Chris Young behind him in the 9-hole. Oh, 2 now to Darno. In the air, right field. Over comes Bird. Abreu's tagging. And he'll go over to third. Now there are 2 out. So 2 away. Let's check in with the studio. CJ Papa standing by for another game break, brought to you by the New York State Smokers Quit Line. All right, CJ. Now Ruben Tejada comes to bat with 2 out and the go-ahead run at third. The Philly infield all gathering at the mound, and we'll see if Ryne Sandberg makes a pitching change here. He's got the right-hander Adams ready, and here comes Rhino, and he's going to make a double switch.
Yeah.
So Adams will come into the game. We're in the top of the 8th. Mets and Phillies tied 5-5. We'll be right back to Citizens Bank Park. Ninth, and the new pitcher Mike Adams will hit 7th in the order.
Well, Mike Adams has not given up a run his last 12 appearances. That's taken his ERA from 8.5 all the way down to where it is now, 2.35. So he's a hot pitcher.
Ruben Tejada will come to bat with the go-ahead run at 3rd and 2 out. He's already had a game-winning hit against the Phillies this year. Walk-off hit, May 11th at Citi Field. Brought on Chris Young with the game-winning run. Celebration ensued. Now Tejada looking for the go-ahead hit in the top of the 8th. Ruben's 1 for 3 tonight. Had a run-scoring single back in the 2nd. Facing Adams, whose best pitch is his cutter. 35 years old. He's been around and successful for a long time.
Tough on right-handers.
Abreu with 3rd and 2 out. 5-5 8th inning. Gets that cutter in for a strike. Chris Young is now the on-deck batter, hitting in the 9th spot in the order. Abreu had an infield hit, stole 2nd, took 3rd on d'Arnaud's fly ball.
Brignac playing even with the bag with Tejada up. Lots of ground over there for Tejada to sneak a ground ball past him.
And Ruben hits a grounder right at Rollins. And that retires the side. So Adams comes in, gets one big out. And that sends us to the bottom of the 8th. Mets and Phillies still tied at 5. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. We asked which player had the most hits for the Phillies in the 1970s.
Larry Bowa?
Yep.
There we go. Leadoff hitter.
You said he was in the ballpark.
Yes.
You were right.
Larry Bowa came up with a 220 hitter and made himself into a 300 hitter.
Jerry's Familia got the final 2 outs in the 7th. He stays on for the bottom of the 8th. 8-9-1 in the Phillies batting order. Left-hand hitters all. Brignac, Gwynn, and Revere coming up. Scott Rice is staying busy in the Mets bullpen in case he's needed. Brignac getting his first start tonight for the Phillies. Has a single and an intentional walk. He's 1 for 2, playing third base. As the Phillies try and find an answer there with Cody Ashe on the DL. Familia had a walk and a strikeout in the 7th inning, then got Dominic Brown to ground out to end the inning. Our next SNY telecast will be Sunday afternoon. That'll be game 4 of the 5-game series. That'll be the third John Neese Cole Hamels matchup of the year. Man, Brignac takes a sizzling strike, 1-1.
If you're looking why Familia is still in the ball game, maybe you could exchange Darren Ruff here for Brignac, he's got home run power. So opting to have the right-handed Familia face Brignac.
Rice staying busy in the bullpen. Edgin's already been used. He got 4 outs in the 6th and 7th. Familia just blowing the fastball by Brignac, 1-2.
Nasty run on that fastball.
Now the 1-2. He struck him out. Second strikeout for Familia. 1 down in the home 8th.
I mean, this ball starts in the middle of the plate and ends up 6 inches off the plate. It's like a left-handed cutter. Two-seamer.
It's just a runner. Just running away.
Look at the spin. I mean, the ball moves 2 feet.
Those poor 220 hitters, they haven't got a chance.
There comes a 181 hitter, Tony Gwynn Jr. Gwynn came in a double switch in the top of the inning. His first at bat of the night.
He's bringing it. Electrifying arm, and yet another one in the Met bullpen. We talked about it in the open. We're right on top of it. Here it is in display right here.
No self-promotion. Come on.
I think what Keith is trying to say, as Familia breaks Gwynn's bat and Murphy throws him out, that we established a theme at the beginning of the broadcast, and the game is living up to the theme.
Right. And I don't think most fans recognize that or realize that. But the brain trust here in the truck. We try to get a theme and try to, maybe the game will, and rightly so. We decided to talk about the young guns out there in the bullpen.
And as it turned out, also, Mets have needed a lot of bullpen tonight because the starter Montero got knocked out in the 4th inning. So Dice K, who's not a young gun, went an inning and a third, and Edgin an inning and a third, and now Familia's gone an inning and a third.
And we didn't include Edgin as a young gun. He is a young gun.
So here's Revere, who's 0 for 4 tonight. 2 out and nobody on. Familia going right after these left-hand hitters with the attack.
You can just see the confidence. Different pitcher than he was in April and last year.
Well, I wonder also, when you get fellow young hard-throwing pitchers like Black and Mejia going, as the quick pitch gets Revere on the slow grounder, and that'll hit the bag for a base hit. Wright had no choice but to let it roll. With Revere's speed, there's no way he was going to throw him out, so he was hoping it would go foul, but it did not.
Well, David also wisely, when he came in and made his choice, he knew he had to really run and put it in reverse and follow the ball. He comes aggressively in to make the play and realizes he can't. Okay, he's got to follow it.
Doink.
Nice little pirouette there.
For a while, that looked like skee bowl right there.
Look at this.
Into the 70 cups.
It's like put him on a pogo stick.
So Revere in his speed now at first base. Would you consider bringing the lefty in here to try and keep the runner close?
To turn Rollins around too.
And he got Utley behind Rollins too.
I just think Familia's got it working.
Got the fastball into Rollins, who's 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. Utley on deck. Revere with 14 steals. He's been caught twice. 4th in the National League in stolen bases. There goes Revere. Rollins fouls it off.
Boy, that's great for the Mets there. He had a great jump. You know, this is the part of the game that I think a lot of folks at home, you don't know how difficult sometimes it is on a young pitcher. Here, just to go out and get the guy out is tough. But now he's got to combine that with trying to keep a runner close. It's difficult for young pitchers. They get a little antsy out there on the mound.
Well, no need to worry about the runner now. He's ahead on Rollins 0-2. This is a game where the Mets scored 3 runs in the second inning against A.J. Burnett. Dominic Brown hit a 3-run homer in the 4th to put the Phillies up 4-3. Bobby Abreu's 2-run double in the 5th turned that back around before the Phillies scratched out a run in the bottom of the 5th to tie, and we've been tied at 5 ever since. Bullpens have been good on both sides.
Slider down and in the dirt. It's a good pitch.
Braves have beaten the Marlins tonight 3-2 to snap their losing streak. Julio Teheran gets the win. One and 2 to Jimmy Rollins.
There's the booze we were talking about earlier.
Things have changed. This is not Connie Mack Stadium or even the Vet. Things are a little more refined here. Now the 1-2. At the feet of Rollins, 2-2. The Mets are trying to beat the Phillies in Philadelphia for the 7th straight time. They've only done that once, and that was in 1969 and 70 at old Connie Mack Stadium. But they're in a battle now in the bottom of the 8th. Revere at first and 2 out, 2-2 to Rollins. There goes Revere, struck him out. Rollins strikes out to end the inning. 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 and 5 outs for Jeurys Familia. The Phillies are turned aside in the hamstring injury. Steven Strasburg got his 4th win. Nats beat the Rangers 9-2. And Julio Teheran was terrific. Braves beat the Marlins 3-2 to hang on to first place for another day. 9th inning in a 5-5 game. Chris Young will come up for the first time. Came in on a double switch in the 7th. Young had a big day yesterday with a 2-run homer and takes the breaking ball outside from Mike Adams. It'll be Young, then Juan Lagares and Daniel Murphy. If anybody gets on, David Wright here in the top of the 9th. Adams came on to get the final out in the 8th. A.J. Burnett, 7 innings, 5 runs, 6 walks, 11 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Odd kind of a night for A.J.
Well, his no-hitter that he threw 13 years ago, he walked 9, didn't he?
This is Young last night.
Well, when he catches up with one, he's got pop.
His 4th home run of the season, helping the Mets to a 4-1 win. Now batting in the top of the 9th in a 5-5 game. Flailing at the curveball by Adams, 1-2. Chris has seen plenty of Adams. They were both in the National League West at the same time when Adams was with San Diego. And Chris is just 1 for 10 against him. Now the 1-2. Just missed away. 2-2. Your Chrysler Mets box score for tonight. Bobby Abreu with a big hit, a 2-run double. He gave the Mets a lead in the 5th inning. That's with only 6 hits tonight, but they've made the most of it. They've drawn 6 walks as well. Again, the 2-2 from Adams to Young. And again, he just missed away. It's twice in this at bat. An outside corner that's often been a little wider than normal tonight, not in this at bat.
That's a pitch that Corey Blazer, the home plate umpire, has called all night long.
Well, I think he's called a pretty good game. I thought that ball just missed. He's definitely a pitcher's umpire.
Yep.
So Young has worked the count full after falling behind. 3-2 from Adams, and he walked him. And the Mets get the leadoff man on in the 9th. 7th walk issued by Philly pitchers tonight. Let's check in with the studio, see what's coming up on WB Mason Postgame Live. Gary Apple and Bobby Ojeda, guys. So here is Lagares, and we'll see if he's asked to bunt in this spot.
Corners are in.
Young at first and nobody out. Lagares 1 for 4 on the night. And Adams trying to get him to tip his hand, which he did not.
He did not. Now, if you want to bunt here, you have to bunt it to Howard. He does not like to throw the ball around the infield, so even if you bunt it too hard, he'll just take the out at first base.
And he is bunting, and he lays off ball 1.
Do you let Lagares swing here? 1-0. You could. This would be a nice hit and run where you 1-0, you walk the leadoff batter, you squared around once, put a hit and run on. But it's probably not going to happen because it just doesn't happen in today's game.
I'm with you, Keith. I like playing for a little extra on the road.
Pretty good speed at first in Young. And Lagares giving himself up. And now it's 2-0.
We rolled the dice with Duda 3-0 earlier in the game and it paid off. Why not take a chance here with Lagares? Give him one swing.
Taking a long look down at Tim Teufel to see what's on. Two and 0 to Lagares.
You can take whatever lead you want at first base because Howard has no interest in making a tag at all. He's just happy to, at some point, catch the ball.
And he's so far from the bag, he couldn't tag anyway.
He's got to throw a strike here.
I think you have him swing. And running up to bunt, not really squaring. Almost like he was bunting for a hit. Not what Terry wanted.
I played for Tony La Russa. He had a very common way of putting this. He said 99% of your at-bats during the season are yours. 1% are the team's. And this is one of those.
Lagares has one sacrifice bunt this year. Young at first and nobody out. And again, he gives himself up and gets the bunt down. Adams has to go back to get it and gets the out at first.
Wow.
Well, Adams hesitated before retreating to get that ball. Sacrifice successful for Lagares, 1-4, and now the go-ahead run at second.
Well, it's really not a good bunt if you're paying any attention. If you're the pitcher, it's bunted, and if Adams was coming in to charge and ready for it, it would have been a two-hopper. But he follows through to the first base side, left that whole side open.
And he was looking back at Brignac, thinking that was going to be the third baseman's ball, but between the fact that he really wasn't and the fact that Brignac's an inexperienced third baseman, that wasn't going to happen.
If you filled your position there, you get the lead runner.
That's right.
So now Bob McClure, the pitching coach, out to talk to Adams before he faces Murphy. Your lows never stop improving. Daniel Murphy and David Wright high on the National League hit list this month and this year. So what do you do if you're the Phillies? You got Wright on deck.
Would you consider walking Murph here? They've done it this year. Walk the Murph and pitch to David trying to get a double play.
Murphy is 1 for 2 against Adams. Wright is 2 for 7. So split the difference there. There's nobody up in the Phillies bullpen. So this is Adams' inning, no matter what.
Oh my goodness, they're going to walk him intentionally.
Wow. That's the second time this year that they've walked Murphy to pitch to Wright.
Wow.
Setting up the double play possibility.
David Wright, who has 19 home runs and 61 runs batted in.
Well, you said Ryan Sandberg can be unconventional. Yeah. This is an unconventional move.
Definitely.
I got to believe with the veteran Adams out there, Bob McClure, the pitching coach, went out and said, who do you want to go after? And left-handers are hitting .357 against Adams.
So probably asked the veteran, what, do you want Murphy? No, let's walk him. Yeah, you can do that. It can happen.
Well, there's one other piece here, too, and that is that the pitcher's spot is now behind Wright. Yeah. So, if you were to pitch carefully to Wright and you wound up walking him, you've got, younger players left on the bench. Flores, Campbell, those are the pinch hitters.
And you don't have to get a double play. If you retire, David, you're going to have a young hitter for the third outing.
I don't like intentionally walking guys in front of good hitters.
I don't either. Like a Muriel cigar. Sooner or later, they're going to get you.
Henry Mejia getting himself ready in case there's a save chance. Scott Rice if there's not. And David Wright late inning pressure situations this year. That's within 3 runs, 4 for a couple of men on base, 7th inning or later.
Well, what's interesting about David, this at bat against Adams, is that we've watched Adams pitch for how many years now? 9 years. He doesn't throw any pitch inside. It's all fastballs and sliders away. Can eliminate the inside corner.
Chris Young, the go-ahead run at second. Murphy at first, 1 out. Top of the 9th, 5-5 game. Wright after an intentional walk to Murphy. Takes the turn at bat. He's 0 for 3 and a walk tonight. Last time up, Murphy right drove one to right field, and Marlon Byrd made a nice sliding catch to take a base hit away.
Watch Ruiz. He does not move at all until the very last minute. Doesn't want to give away location to Chris Young at second.
And Wright takes a strike. There's an inside pitch from Adams.
I was wrong. Good pitch by Adams.
Good pitch by Adams. Get that hard sinker inside.
Oh, and 1 to right. And again, look at Young. Chris Young with 3 steals this year. And now Rollins makes a run to the bag and then backs off as Adams steps off.
Well, if Chris Young has no intention of stealing third base, just get a good lead, stay solid, and let David Wright have this at bat.
Wow. And this time it was Utley moving in toward the bag, and again Adams turns. Seems as though he's paying a little too much attention to Chris Young. Here's the 0-1, and the slider popped up. Ruiz sheds the mask, 2 out. So they walk Murphy to pitch to Wright. Wright fouls out. And now it's going to be left in the hands of Eric Campbell to try and get that lead run home.
Oh, hanging breaker. David just going, oh, bring it back, please. Do you see his reaction?
You see what Larry Bowa was doing there? Telling all his infielders down, 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 meaning any kind of ground ball that looks like a base hit, you got to dive and keep it in the infield.
That's right.
So now it's left to Campbell, whose last at bats came on Tuesday against the Pirates. He went 0 for 2.
It's a good man to have off the bench.
8 hits and 26 at bats, 6 RBIs in the big leagues. Trying to pick up Young from second with 2 out. 5-5 top of the 9th. And a slider for a strike.
Terry Collins was talking about Campbell before the game, saying, you know, early on he came up red hot from the minor leagues. He was red hot here, and then he hasn't played in a while, so it's gotten a little quiet for him.
Came up with a bang at 7 hits in his first 15 at bats. Lays off the cutter. 1-1. See what he's done with runners in scoring position. Not so good.
You've got Abreu up next and no one up in the bullpen. No left-hander. That's the one man you do not want to face. And I think
walk the leadoff hitter here in the 9th.
I'd be inclined to have a lefty up.
2 on, 2 out. 1-1 to Campbell. And the fastball a little bit high. 2-1.
Well, if Campbell does have a base hit here, you've got very poor arm in left field with Tony Gwynn Jr. Ben Revere just has no arm in center field. And Mets fans know about Marlon Byrd in right.
Campbell's a guy who's used the whole field in his brief big league tenure. Two one from Adams. Outside, 3-1. Well, as Keith just said, a walk here, and you get Abreu to the plate with the bases loaded. Abreu has the biggest hit in this game for the Mets tonight. Young drew a leadoff walk. He's at second. Murphy was intentionally walked after a sacrifice. So far, that has worked for the Phillies. They got right to foul out. But now Adams behind 3-1 on Campbell.
Abreu next. Got to get a fastball here, right?
Base hits all that's needed.
And Campbell takes low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So Adams walks his third man of the inning and brings Abreu to the plate with the bases full. 9 walks tonight for Philadelphia pitching. And now the Mets have the inning right where they want it. Abreu's been their hottest hitter. Tonight 2 for 3, a single, a double, and a walk. A 2-run double in the 5th to put the Mets in front.
This is a 2-out double right here. Big clutch. Drives in 2. Well, I thought that pitch might have been a strike, that 3-1 fastball from Adams. But my opinion doesn't count.
So now the base is full of Mets. Abreu 1 for 3 in his career against Adams. 5-5 ninth inning. Now Abreu takes a strike. Lucas Duda would be next. If he bats in this inning, it means the Mets would have the lead. Mike Adams 25 pitches deep into this top of the 9th. Abreu, the former Philly, waiting. And now he's down to the count 0-2.
The first pitch was the one he hit. It was exactly the same pitch that he hit a double on.
Well, you got a good 2-strike hitter up here.
And hitters have walked 9 times tonight, but they've also struck out 12 times.
Interesting, Abreu, didn't it? Kind of stepped out of the box, let the crowd noise kind of quiet a little bit.
And he struck him out to end the inning. Mike Adams gets himself into deep trouble, but finds his way out by striking out Abreu on 3 pitches.
Beautiful changeup, Gary.
To the bottom of the 9th in Philly, tied 5-5. Phillies. And with the two left-hand hitters to start, Eric Campbell stays in the game in left field. Chris Young moves from left field to right field, and Scott Rice will come into pitch. He'll bat fifth with the two lefties looming.
Well, you see the numbers for Scott. You can take those out. Big, huge outs here. You knew that he would have to in this series at least a couple of times face Utley and Howard. Here he is in a tie game in the ninth.
Last night he came in and got Dominic Brown on a ground out on one pitch. Now he'll face Utley and Howard, who do not have a hit between them in this series. They've gone 0 for 16.
Well, don't be surprised if Utley takes a strike off Rice, who tends to throw a lot of balls in the bottom of the strike zone or lower. And also, Rice throws a lot of balls in on left-handers, and Utley will not move.
He's already been hit 5 times this year, 161 times in his career. Rice has good numbers against both Utley and Howard. Utley 1 for 7, Howard 1 for 6. Utley 0 for 4 with an RBI and a ground out. And he takes a fastball strike to start him off. Rice, the 5th Met pitcher of the night. Rafael Montero knocked out after 3 2/3, but Matsuzaka, Edgin, and Familia have each gone more than an inning tonight to get the game to the 9th. Now Edgin, Rice trying to get it off to the 10th. Ball and a strike to Utley. Now the 1-1. And Utley hits one toward the middle, and Murphy didn't even move.
Well, he was playing away the pole, and I don't agree with that defensive placement there. When I know Utley's become more of a pull hitter. Look at Murph. Too much. Oh, he even shipped it over on a fastball.
Jeez. He was anticipating based on the pitch, and the ball went the other way.
You know, we've seen that before, and we've showed it where it's worked for Murph. Boy, it didn't work there.
So now the potential winning run is on base. 10 hits for the Phillies tonight. First hit for Utley in this series. And now Howard, who's 0 for 4. 4 fly ball outs. The last one he hit to the fence and right.
And David Wright is going to be the shortstop on this play on a ball on the ground for turn 2.
Ball 1 to Howard. Well, 2 nights ago, Ryan Howard came up in a tie game in the bottom of the 9th inning and delivered a game-winning blow against the Rockies. 1-1 to Howard. This is Wednesday night. Tie game, bottom of the 9th. Do that plenty going the other way. Game-winning walk-off 3-run homer.
You know, you project his numbers. He has 9 home runs, 34 RBIs. He's having a good year, but they're used to, in his good years, 50 and 150.
1-1 from Rice, and he lays off the slider. Checked the half swing. He did not. 2-1. That's for keeping Carlos Torres busy in the bullpen. You've got right-hand hitters after this with Bird and Ruiz.
And the Met outfield has been playing shallow all game, and not with this young man up. They are deep.
2-1 from Rice to Howard. And he got the swing and a miss on a slider. 2-2.
Got him to fish.
Noted it last night. Howard's been very vulnerable once he gets to 2 strikes. See if Rice can put him away.
Scott Rice does an amazing job of having the appearance that the ball is going to be in the strike zone, because if you did a chart on how many pitches he throws in the rectangle, it would be less than 50% easily.
throw, and he almost handcuffed Duda. Not sure who was fooled more.
Duda almost fell on Utley. That would have been not good for Utley.
Duda's
barehanded
his glove was off.
Oh my goodness.
That was a bit of a surprise. Utley has 1 stolen base this year. 2-2. A little bit low. Full count to Howard.
I don't think you send Utley, Ronnie, here. Where he's a big strikeout guy. You can't have him swing and a miss and to strike him out.
We got
Strike him out.
2 hitters behind Howard who've had big nights. Bird and Ruiz. Three and 2 to Ryan Howard. Struck him out. Big strikeout for Rice. Got him with a 3-2 fastball for the first out of the inning. And now Rice's work is done.
Well, sinker. Plain and simple. Not a strike.
So Rice gives up a leadoff hit to Utley. Strikes out Howard. He'll take his exit. And Carlos Torres will come in to try and finish off this last of the ninth. We'll be right back. Early, and they've had to go often. And now to Carlos Torres with 1 out and 1 on in the last of the ninth.
Only got 2 outs in his last appearance. Gave up a couple of hits. See, 50%, not good with the inherited runners stranded.
He's got Utley at first and 1 out. Marlon Byrd at the plate. Bird's been on base 3 times tonight. A single and 2 walks. Struck out his last time up against Familia. And the curveball to start him off for a strike.
Again, another breaking ball from a Mets reliever coming out of the bullpen for a strike.
Utley led off the inning with a base hit. Rice then struck out Howard. Now Torres with the 0-1 coming to Bird. Another curveball, double play ball. Tejada to Murphy, and the turn for the double play, and we'll go to the 10th. Torres comes in, throws 2 pitches, and gets 2 outs. 6-4-3. And the Met bullpen gets the job done again. We go to the 10th. Mets and Phillies tied at 5. 4 in extra innings this year. The Phillies are 3-2. Jonathan Papelbon will come on to pitch the 10th for the Phils.
Well, you see the 13 straight saves. He's not in a save situation. The best number you can use for Papelbon in this situation, when he appears in a ball game, the Phillies are 17-1.
33 years old. His next save will be the 300th of his career, but not tonight. He's pitching to win or lose as Lucas Duda leads off in the 10th. Mets have left 9 runners on base tonight. They've had 6 hits and drawn 9 walks. Mets took the lead in the 5th. Phillies tied it in the bottom of the 5th, and it stayed tied ever since. Duda 1 for 3 and a walk, and he takes ball 1. Duda drove home a run with a double back in the 2nd inning. Mets took a 3-0 lead in that 2nd against A.J. Burnett. But Dominic Brown hit a 3-run homer in the 3rd to put the Phillies in front. Bobby Abreu's 2-run double put the Mets in front. Phillies tied it in the bottom of the 5th, and the bullpens have done the rest. And now Papelbon behind on Duda, 2-0. Papelbon's velocity a little bit down this year, averaging about 91.5 with his fastball.
Throw more of his slider and split finger.
And Duda cracks one to center field. Revere going back. They'll have room. 1 out. Deepest part of the park. Toward the 409 mark in left center. So 1 away now, Travis d'Arnaud. Travis 1 for 4 tonight. Singled back in the 4th inning. Even does the housekeeping.
Well, when they were throwing the ball around, Utley threw it past Brignac, and it went in the Mets dugout. And Papelbon, when he got the new ball back, wanted it to come from Brignac, so he threw it to him anyway. Superstition, maybe.
You pitchers.
I know. Crazy, right? Relievers. Don't even get me started.
Well, as we start extra innings, the Phillies certainly have the personnel advantage. Mets only have 2 players left on their bench and 2 pitchers left in their bullpen. Phillies have 4 players left on their bench and 4 pitchers left in their bullpen. d'Arnaud cracks one into left field for his 2nd hit of the night. d'Arnaud aboard with 1 out here in the 10th.
Boy, bottled that. That was a good swing, huh, Keith?
Yes, it was. He stays level. He's a line drive hitter. Hit line drives.
So now Ruben Tejada, who drove in a run with a 2nd inning single, 1 for 4 on the night. Tejada's had 3 career at-bats against Papelbon, 2 for 3. There's no Omir Santos, but not bad. And he grounds that one toward the hole. Rollins on the backhand, and it's too late. d'Arnaud's safe at 2nd, and the Mets have the go-ahead run in scoring position. Well, it's the only play Rollins had. He had no chance to go to first.
Had a little trouble in the exchange. A little bit of a hesitation. Good hustle by d'Arnaud. He beat it.
So it's a base hit for Tejada. 2 on and 1 out, and now Chris Young will come up for the 2nd time. He drew a walk leading off in the 9th. Now he has a chance to get the lead run home here in the 10th.
You don't have that advantage when you have a catcher on the bases, but d'Arnaud has pretty good speed.
Of course, even if the call was wrong, Ryan Sandberg has already used his challenge tonight. And Young hits it in the air to center, easy for Revere. And that's the second out.
Well, that's just good hustling by d'Arnaud, and I just got to think you got to get that force out, but he clearly beat it. Brian O'Nora, second base umpire, was right on top.
Again,
So now 2 out and 2 on.
Sorry, again, they just don't hold the runner on at first, so you can get a big secondary lead. Sorry, Gary.
d'Arnaud keeping those legs loose after 9 innings of catching, hoping to scoot home on a Lagares hit. Juan is 1 for 4 in a sacrifice tonight.
It's shocking. Look where Utley's playing out there in the grass with Lagares, who runs well. A bit surprising.
He's coming in now.
Yeah. Let's see if he backs up onto the I mean, you got Murph red hot. You don't want to.
And Utley's also leaving a pretty big hole on the right side for Lagares, who can go that way.
Yes, you're right.
Daniel Murphy would be next.
I don't think you have to worry about d'Arnaud trying to steal. If he wants to steal, let him go. He's already in scoring position. You got to play defense and keep the ball in the infield on the ground.
2 on and 2 out. Lagares fouls it away. Mejia just standing around. He'll only get himself going if the Mets score a run. But that's in doubt now with Lagares in an 0-2 hole. He's already struck out 3 times tonight. Trying to avoid the dreaded golden sombrero. 0-2 from Papelbon. He wastes it away. Papelbon now in his 3rd year with the Phillies after a distinguished 7 years with the Red Sox.
World champion in 2007.
His death stare, not what it used to be. That's not a safe situation. Here's the 0-2. Lagares lays off. 1 and 2. Phillies got 7 innings from their starter, A.J. Burnett, an up and down night for him. 6 walks, 11 strikeouts, 5 runs, 5 hits. Jake Diekman 2/3 of an inning. Mike Adams pitched in and out of trouble in the 9th with 3 walks. And now Papelbon in the 10th. 2 on and 2 out, 1 and 2 to Lagares. And he got him. 4th time Lagares has struck out tonight. Fit him for the big hat. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Mets and Phillies still tied at 5. bottom of the 10th inning. There's your Met pitching tonight. Rafael Montero went just 3 2/3, necessitating some heavy work from the bullpen, and they've been great. 5 1/3 innings, 1 run, 3 hits. Fanatic head. Carlos Torres pitching to Carlos Ruiz in the bottom of the 10th. Torres came on, got a double play grinder for Marlon Byrd to end the 9th. Ruiz at the plate, Darren Ruff, big right-handed slugger on deck to pinch hit. There's a call strike. Pitcher's in the 7 hole. So Ruff to pinch hit for Papelbon, and then Reed Brignac due up 3rd in the inning. Torres, the 6th Met pitcher of the night. And he gets ahead on Ruiz, 1 2. Ruiz had a good night at the plate, 2 for 3 and a walk. A single and a double. The only time he was retired, he had a hard line drop to right. There's Ruff, who's been hurt most of this year. Quick pitch by Torres, and the cutter just outside, 2 2.
Boy, oh boy, that was a close one. He got a lot of guts taking this one with 2 strikes.
He got lucky. Didn't call it.
Line to short. Tejada didn't need to jump. 1 out. Just jumped himself into getting hit in the face.
Well, what happened is he ended up with the jump, his glove right in front of his eyes. See that?
So 1 out now, Darren Ruff. An oblique injury kept him out for the first 7 weeks of the season. So he's had just 8 at bats. Had a home run for his only hit just the other day.
He's another one of those guys that has some pop, good hitter, man without a position. They've moved him all over. Left field.
Hits it down to 3rd, and David Wright handles the hot shot. 2 out. So Ruff retired on the ground ball. 2 out and nobody on in the bottom of the 10th, and Reed Brignac. In his first start of the year, he's gone 1 for 3 and a walk. He's hitting the 8 hole. Tony Gwynn Jr. 9th. That's 5 runs, 8 hits. The Phillies 5 runs and 10 hits.
It's amazing how the game has changed. Carlos Torres had a nice scuff on that ball. He didn't like it. Pitchers now don't like a scuff on the ball. He threw it out, got a brand new pearl.
Now, why do you think that is? Do you think they don't know how to take advantage of the scuff?
They don't. They want to have that ball pure so it'll break the way they work on making it break.
Less improv.
Yeah.
And more rehearsal.
Strasburg versus the method. You know, it's a little different way of doing it.
Lee, not Steven.
That's right.
Here's the 0-1.
Oh, no, I got the umpire.
That got him right
on the inner thigh?
Yeah, underneath his thigh.
Oh, that's a soft spot, too. There'll be a big bruise there.
Darno will go out to the mound to
I think they
Corey
got
Blazer some time to feel better.
Did they get crossed up here? If he didn't.
Oh.
Whoa.
That doesn't feel good.
I'll tell you, he took it better than what we saw. Gamer.
That came close to getting him got him in a very sensitive spot.
Now, I would assume that umpires wear a cup, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Like
yeah, but still.
It's not pleasant.
You get your bell rung, as we used to say.
But tread lightly, my friend.
1-1 to Brignac with 2 out. He taps the breaking ball foul. 1-2.
I guarantee you that hurt.
Torres up in the count. Goes away. 2-2. Tony Gwynn Jr. would be next if Brignac keeps the inning going. Three and two. Looks like Antonio Bastardo will come in if there's an 11th inning. Three and two to Brignac with 2 out. And he walked him. And the Phillies have a 2-out base runner. And 6 walks for Met pitching tonight, to go with the 9 that the Philly pitchers have issued. And thus, we're about to get to a 4-hour game.
4 is the new 3, Gary.
It would certainly appear that way. And who in baseball has the power to change it? Tony Gwynn is grounded out and is only at bat today. Came in on a double switch back in the 8th. Brignac at first and 2 out. And Torres misses inside to Gwynn. This will be the 337th pitch of the game coming up. That's an accurate count. Call strike, 1-1. Darno sets up inside, and Gwynn fouls off that inside pitch. 1-2. See, if it had been his dad, he would have inside out of that ball right through the shortstop.
Could not get him out. He didn't have any holes. That's the problem. There's nowhere to go to get him out.
Tony Gwynn Jr., not only the son of a big leaguer, the nephew of a big leaguer. Tony's brother, Chris Gwynn, had a nice career
with the Dodgers, mostly.
1-2 from Torres, and he fouls it off. There's a straight fastball from Torres at 94. You don't see that very often.
Nice pitch.
It's a pitch he's been working on for years.
Throw it straight.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Revere would be next. Mets have used everybody in their bullpen tonight with the exception of Black and Mejia. And Mejia you want to save for a possible save chance. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball misses. 2-2.
It's kind of how it works, though. I mean, Gary, if I played catch today, the ball would sink. It's a natural way that you throw.
Torres got the first 2 hitters here in the 10th, but then he walked Brignac, and now he's 2-2 on Gwynn.
Wants the curveball. Okay.
He threw it soft because he wanted to make sure Lucas, if he didn't have his glove on, he could catch it.
He surprised him the last time.
Oh, jeez.
Now the 2-2. He struck him out with a curveball. Darno makes the toss. Side retired. So Torres gets the Mets through the 10th. On we go to the 11th in Philadelphia. Mets and Phillies still tied at 5-5. Philadelphia, and it's not an aberration. The time of game has been soaring over the last few years. I mean, that's just a 5-year span, and you've gained 14 minutes per game. There's something going on.
Yeah, well,
don't blame it on the commercial time either. That hasn't changed the last 5 years.
Let's blame it on the concessions.
Do you think the beer's too good? Is that the problem?
They've stopped already. It's past the 7th.
Antonio Bastardo will pitch the 11th for the Phils. Will be their 5th pitcher of the night. Daniel Murphy will lead things off. It'll be Murphy, Wright, and Campbell for the Mets in the 11th. Murphy has walked 3 times tonight, otherwise 0 for 2. And he takes a slider outside from Bastardo to start the 11th.
Got to be careful if you're the Mets here. Bastardo, 2 appearances ago, walked 4 when he came in. He is having trouble right now with his control.
He walked Murphy last night. Murphy pops one up in the middle of the infield. Who's going to take it? Brignac calling. 1 out. So Murphy retired on a pop-up. 1 out in the top of the 11th. And David Wright coming up. Now remember, they walked Murphy intentionally in the 9th inning with the go-ahead run at second base to pitch to Wright. David got a hanging breaking ball and fouled out.
If the Mets win this game, David will forget it. If they don't, that'll be something that'll keep you up at night, because that is as good a hanging breaking ball you'll ever get.
Wright is only 1 for 8 against Bastardo in his career. He's 0 for 4 tonight. But you keep coming back to 2 things: the way Wright hits lefties and the way he hits in this ballpark. Eric Campbell is on deck. Behind him is the pitcher spot. Mets still have Flores and Recker in the dugout. And Bastardo finds the outside corner, 1-1. Jonathan Papelbon worked just the 1 inning in the 10th. Gave up back-to-back hits to d'Arnaud and Tejada, but was able to get out of it. There was a time a few years ago when Bastardo looked like he was going to be one of the pitching stars in this league.
His first year.
First full year. You're right, Keith.
Oh, boy.
Very large strike zone.
I think David's a little bit miffed. It's been a pitcher's umpiring crew so far in his first 2 games.
Oh,
I got a right to be a little miffed there.
2-2. And he goes down swinging. 2 out.
Twice now beaten with the fastball with a couple of strikes on him.
Stunning.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Eric Campbell comes up for the second time. Campbell pinch hit in the 9th, drew a walk, then stayed in the game in left field. Wilmer Flores is out on deck to be a pinch hitter if Campbell can keep this inning going. 5-5, top of the 11th. It's been tied since the 5th. And Campbell takes a wide strike. Guess that pitch has been a strike all night.
Yeah, it's backdoor. That's a pretty good backdoor breaking ball right there.
The low one has been. It's that high one to David that's questionable.
Oh. That one had more of the plate. Still knee high.
The patrons here are getting a little louder.
Yeah, you can hear them
regarding the umpire.
Yep.
Well, the fewer the patrons,
yep,
the more you can hear each one.
Absolutely.
Crowd has diminished somewhat, but not significantly. It's Friday night. Corey Blazers had to pay attention for 4 hours.
Well, these guys got to be in shape today with the length of the games.
2-1 to Campbell.
I mean, it's not easy. You think about it. It's that, the catcher gets down and can kind of sit on his haunches, but he's almost doing a squat every pitch. And it's 350 something and counting.
Got to have the strong quads. Oh boy. That got Chooch right in the chest there. Kind of shook him up. Watch his reaction on this foul tip.
Oh, kind of off that shoulder, huh?
Yep.
Red Sox just won their 5th in a row on a walk-off triple by A.J. Pierzynski in the bottom of the 10th.
Walk-off what?
Triple.
That's after losing 10 in a row, right?
Must have hit it in the triangle.
Yeah.
2-2 from Bastardo. And Campbell goes down on strikes. And the Mets are down 1-2-3 in the top of the 11th. That is 16 strikeouts for Philly pitching tonight. Phillies at the top of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 11th. 5-5. He didn't leave, did he?
I think he self-immolated. That just the two wristbands are the only things left with this extra inning affair.
I mean, I know it's just you and me for the rest of this series,
yes,
but I didn't think he was going to catch an early flight.
He said he has to pack his bag, so it can only go so long in this game here.
Top of the batting order against Carlos Torres, has already gone an inning and 2/3. Ben Revere takes up and away for ball one. Revere hit a swinging bunt that rolled right into the third base bag where it hit the cushion. That was in the 8th inning. 1 for 5 on the night. And Torres quickly behind him 2-0 with Rollins and Utley to follow. Mets have spent their lefties. They have only Black and Mejia left in the bullpen behind Torres. And that's too high, and now Torres behind 3-0. Well, I believe, oh, there he is.
Oh, you're back. Very nice.
We appreciate your swift return.
There was a long line in the lavatory.
We thought we had lost you for the night.
No.
Okay.
There's limits to my endurance.
Revere flies one out to left center. He's got 1 home run in his career. It'll stay at 1 as Campbell grabs it. 1 away. News from Houston. George Springer did not hit a home run tonight.
He didn't.
But the Astros won their 7th straight game. 7 strong innings from Brett Oberholzer, and they beat the Orioles 2-1.
Well, Oberholzer has thrown well. Keuchel has thrown awfully well. Chad Qualls has been good at the end of ball games.
Last night they had Brad Peacock pitch a good game for them. Here's Jimmy Rollins, 2 for 4 and a walk tonight. But that's 7 straight wins for a team that, everybody kind of figured was going to lose another 100 games this year. But all of a sudden, the young pieces are starting to fall into place.
Well, it's not every day you get a guy like Springer. I guess Carlos Correa, who's on his way, probably one of the best shortstop prospects in the last 15 years or so.
Do you think the fanatic heads keep people warm, or you think they're just for show?
I think now they're keeping them warm. It's dropped a little bit, right? I don't know what is it, about 65 degrees now? 60?
Not as chilly as it was last night.
I'll check that.
Thank you, Keith.
Weather.com or
it says
AccuWeather?
it's 73. Actually, I don't believe it for a minute.
I used to be in charge of the weather, but Keith has taken it over.
Yeah.
Rollins pops one back toward us.
68. Wow.
I wonder if that's from catching that ball with his bare hand.
Is that a bruise?
That's looks like a bruise, doesn't it?
From what? Actually, it's 68, Gary, and it feels like 64.
I wonder if that's the bruise from catching the Scott Rice ball at first base, because
you can hit him on the back of the hand there.
Well, or is that no? But you could bruise the whole. The handles start to bruise everywhere.
1-2 to Rollins, and the curveball balloons outside.
I hope it's not from too much BP in the cage. I don't think it's a bruise.
No,
I think it's just a
dirt.
Yeah,
dirt,
something.
pine tar. Oh, batting glove. Maybe
yes,
leaves the remnants of a batting glove.
Rollins just got a piece of that curveball. The Mets bullpen doing yeoman work tonight after Montero got knocked out in the 4th. Daisuke for an inning and a third. Edgin for 4 outs. Familiar for 5 outs. Rice got 1 out, and now Torres has already gotten 6. 2-2. Rollins fouls back the fastball. Get some better swings as we go along. Mario Hollins is the next man up in the Philadelphia bullpen. Saw plenty of him last night. Eighth pitch of the at bat coming, but first Rollins asked for time. Two. Struck him out. Torres with his second strikeout fans Rollins 2 away.
Strikeouts and walks. I mean, that's kind of what this game's about.
Yep. Well, Met pitchers who struck out 15 last night have struck out 7 tonight. Philly pitchers, though, have struck out 16 already. Now Utley, who's 1 for 5, had a base hit his last time up. Same spot. This time Murphy able to get over to it and throw him out. No pre-pitch adjustment by Murphy this time, and he's able to get Utley to send this game off to the 12th. Nice play by Murph going to the backhand. 11 in the books. Mets 5, Phillies 5. The Rangers, so those are the standings up to the moment.
No Johnny Vandermeer for Josh Beckett. I see 2 spots for Pittsburgh and Los Angeles.
Sorry. Mario Hollins got 4 outs last night. Comes back in for another go-round tonight. Wilmer Flores pinch hits for New York. Flores batting for the pitcher Torres, who did extra work tonight. 2 2/3 to keep the game tied.
Didn't Vandermeer on that second no-hitter pitch a night game, one of the first night games?
It was the first night game at Ebbets Field.
Right.
He said the lights were like candlesticks.
Lucas Duda on deck, then Travis d'Arnaud for the Mets in the 12th. Mets 5 runs, 8 hits. The Phillies 5 runs and 10 hits. And Flores hits it out to center field. Easy for Revere. 1 out. So now Duda, who drew a walk against Hollins last night, he's 1 for 4 tonight. A double that drove in a run back in the second.
Just missed one in his last at bat, didn't he, to center field?
Moved in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, the wind's blowing in also, so that's a problem.
Would you like me to buy you a Fanatic hat? Keep you warm?
No, I'm fine. I have no problem.
You need it more than Ronnie.
No, I'm fine.
Just to protect you from the...
I know. I've got this big pad on my headset. Keeps me warm.
Okay, good.
Here's the 0-1. You know, Mets have just one player left on their bench tonight, and that's Anthony Recker.
You'd have to think that Recker will start the game tomorrow, right? With Darno catching all these innings.
Absolutely.
3 o'clock game tomorrow on Pix 11. There's a good breaking ball by Hollins. 1-2.
Three o'clock game, a strange start, right?
Saturdays have turned into a flip of the coin for game times all around baseball.
Yeah, right. We've had 1 o'clocks, 4 o'clocks, 3 o'clocks now. Night games.
6 o'clock.
Yeah,
Get
6.
one of those. Now the 2-2 to Duda. Strike 3 called. Hollins comes to the inside corner. Third time Duda's been struck out tonight. 17 strikeouts now for Phillies pitching.
Fastball meant to be away in and locks him up.
I mean, I know Carlton struck out 19 Mets. I mean, what extra innings? I'm sure it's got to be more than 19.
We'll have to get our stat crew to investigate that. Most strikeouts for a staff in an extra inning game.
Yeah,
it's got to be well into the 20s.
You would think so.
I mean, a single pitcher struck out, I think it was 21 in an extra inning game.
Oh, good breaking ball. I like this kid's stuff.
Yeah, he's got good stuff. And he throws strikes, and he comes right after guys, and he doesn't take time in between pitches, works quickly.
Darno is 2 for 5 tonight. Hit a hard base hit to left his last time up. And now Hollins quickly ahead of him 0-2. Now Vic Black will be the next guy out of the Mets bullpen. That leaves only Mejia behind him. And you figure you're only going to get an inning at 2 at most for Black. Here's the 0-2. And Darno wastes it away.
So you get an inning. You got to get 2 from Black. You have to.
You got to try to get 2 from him, and then
you can
2
only
from
get
Mejia.
2 from Mejia, and that's it.
And you're done. Then you go to a starter or a position player.
Recker. He's your pitcher.
Done it before.
In the 17th.
0-2 in the dirt. Well, Eric Campbell pitched in the minor leagues once.
Okay, yeah, that's right. He's done everything except catch, right?
Catch in center field.
Okay.
Or his only 2 blanks. 17 strikeouts and 9 walks. It's only happened once before, and that was last year in the 20-inning game against the Marlins. Well, 20 innings that were very much devoid of action. Backdoor breaking ball misses. 2-2 to Darno.
What was that, like a 2-1 game?
2-1.
Yeah.
Yep. Two from Hollins. And Darno cracks into deep left field. Back goes Gwynn. And he makes the catch. 2 steps from the wall. Now the wind blowing in might have knocked that ball down. Travis Darno put a good swing on it, but comes up short. Still tied at 5.
the best.
I mean, he's wearing about 50 pounds of fur.
When we saw the female fanatic before, that's his mom.
It's not
his paramour. It's his mom.
She didn't really show many signs of age. She was still green after all these years. Vic Black will be the 7th Mets pitcher of the night.
You see his numbers. He's been great so far. That breaking ball has been the most impressive from Vic.
They got 4 outs last night, 3 of them via the strikeout. A couple of Met fans made their way down the pike and through 11.5 innings, just waiting for a souvenir.
Oh, there.
It's always the older guy who messes it up.
Yep.
The kids would have had it.
He's a nerd. Look at him.
Did you drop the
Did it.
the capital N on him? Oh, a nerd. Oh, I see it. I see it. Very nice.
It's a nerd bird.
You know what's interesting about how this game is going? Usually after a game like this, you would ask the next day's starter to go deep into the game.
Right.
It's Jacob deGrom coming off 122 pitches.
That's a good point. A day when you probably would have wanted to back off him a little bit. You may not have a choice. Or he might pitch the 16th inning today, and somebody else will start tomorrow.
There we go.
That could happen too. So now it's Black. After Torres went 2 2/3 hitless, a walk, 2 strikeouts. Ryan Howard 0 for 5 tonight. And you know what he's thinking about? He's thinking about his second walk-off homer in 3 days.
He's going to look for a piece of cheddar and hope to square it up.
Turn the fan on.
Wrap around a foul pole. We don't want that, though, do we? The Met fans are watching.
The only person who wants that is Ryan Howard.
You want Black to keep going his way.
Of course.
Bird and Ruiz to follow after Howard here in the bottom of the 12th. Black behind 2-0. Right into the shift, and that's where Murphy is on the outfield grass. 1 out. So Howard now 0 for 10 in this series.
0 for 10 with 5 punch-outs.
Now Marlon Bird. Bird is 1 for 3, a single and 2 walks. But his last 2 at-bats, he struck out in the 7th against Familia, and then he grounded into double play against Torres with a man on in the 9th. We want to have the seat behind the fanatic.
First pitch breaking ball here.
Well, you know how aggressive Marlon is.
That's right. Well, he hit that home run off Wheeler yesterday on the first pitch.
Well, this bullpen has been outstanding.
But it's almost spent.
Well, that's what happens. Usually happens when you go extras.
2 curveballs in a row, and it's 0-2.
And I tell you what, that's wicked. That's a wicked breaking ball.
That's what happens when your starter doesn't make it out of the 4th. That's what happens.
Tejada right in front of the ground ball, almost bobbled it, and then the low throw, and Duda stayed on the bag, and there are 2 out. It was not routine in the end, although it looked like it off the bat.
Well, tough hop here. Tejada takes him a couple extra strides to get rid of it. Duda was out before batting practice today with Tim Tuffle, and they were working on his footwork and getting the ball. Because remember, the last game at Citi Field, he had to struggle with some balls in the dirt for the first time this year.
So 2 out and nobody on for Ruiz. 2 for 4, and the 2 outs he's made, a line drive to right and a line drive to short. And he hits this one hard, and that's a base hit. So Ruiz has his 3rd hit of the night, and the Phillies have a 2-out base runner.
Ruiz is a good player. I mean, 12 innings behind the dish, 3 hits, and has the ability to jump on that Black fastball first pitch. And that takes some great stamina, great mental stamina.
Ball beyond Tejada's reach. So now with the pitcher's spot due up, John Mayberry will be the pinch hitter.
Well, that gets into the bullpen. That's very problematic now for the Phillies, and Manship and DeFreitas. They've been struggling.
Yeah, DeFreitas pitched last night. Manship was the guy who lost the long game at Citi Field that Tejada had the game-winning hit in. Well, here's Mayberry hitting at 227. First pitch swinging. Should be playable for Duda, but the wind is grabbing it and it blows it out of play. When that ball went up, it was definitely a playable ball, but the wind has really picked up and blew that ball into the stands. And so Mayberry gets a life. This game has been tied since the bottom of the 5th inning. We're now in the bottom of the 12th.
It looked like it was going to be a slugfest, and then it came to a stall.
Curveball misses, 1-1. Well, it's been all about the bullpen. The Mets have used everybody but Mejia, and everybody has been successful. The only run against the bullpen was against Daisuke Matsuzaka when Dominic Brown sneaked a ground ball between his legs.
Last runs were scored in the 5th inning.
1-1. And the curve on the outside corner. Another generous strike from Corey Blazer.
Goodness.
1-2.
Bud, Vic Black, where were you in spring training?
Not this guy.
Jeez.
He's throwing the ball all over the place.
This is
Justin DeFreitas up in the Philly bullpen. 1-2 coming to Mayberry. But first to check in on Ruiz, who's not going to be stealing a base in this spot, you wouldn't think.
I will tell you, though, Keith, I remember in 1984, spring training was the most pressure I ever felt in spring camp, trying to make the team after you really knew you had a good shot of making the team.
I hear you.
You know?
Curve ball hit toward the hole. That's a base hit for Mayberry. Ruiz stops at second. Now the winning run is in scoring position for the Phillies.
That's the first hit I've seen him give up on the breaking ball.
Well, he did not throw it hard, Ron. He took something off. And then when he takes something off, it's a roller. It's a hanger.
He knows when you get ahead of a hitter, just got to bounce that breaking ball. Happens.
So now it's Reed Brignac, who made his first start of the year for the Phillies and has a chance to end it.
Oh. It's like 2 interceptions? No, 2 intentional walks. It's like, how could he be 1 for 3 in a 12-inning game?
Ruiz carrying the winning run at second. 2 out, bottom of the 12th. Brignac against Black. And a big cut and a fastball at his feet. He's trying to win it with a 3-run homer.
Base hit is what you need, but
wow, he's not swung at nothing but bad pitches. Now he doesn't play that much, so it's difficult, but
got a base hit against Montero back in the 4th inning. Stuck it through the right side hole. And Black quickly ahead of him 0-2.
He hasn't swung on a strike.
Reed Brignac, hearing it from the fans.
They're just making themselves acquainted.
What's wrong with you? Someone dropped on him. That's harsh.
That is hard. Black ahead of him 0-2. And he gets him with a curveball. Side retired. So Black comes in, throws a scoreless bottom of the 12th, and we move on to the 13th, tied at 5. hours, 37 minutes and counting. Almost 400 pitches. 25 strikeouts, 15 walks, 105 plate appearances, 65 balls put in play. And there's your up to the minute clock. 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And let's add to that ledger the 14th pitcher of the night.
Yes.
Will be Justin DeFreitas for the Phillies.
Well, he pitched in yesterday's ball game, gave up a hit and got an out. But you see those numbers there. He's been very good against the left-handed hitters. The right-handed hitters have worn him out.
Mario Hollins worked a 1-2-3 12th after Antonio Bastardo worked a 1-2-3 11th. So the Phillies, like the Mets, getting down toward the end of their bullpen. Mets have only Henry Mejia left. The Phillies have only Jeff Manship left. Advantage Mets. Ruben Tejada leads off in the 13th inning. Tejada 2 for 5 tonight. Had an infield hit his last time up in the 10th against Papelbon. Chris Young on deck, and then Juan Lagares. And Tejada takes a strike from DeFreitas. 26-year-old Justin DeFreitas been up and down with the Phillies the last 4 years now. There's Young on deck. He's been on the Lehigh Valley Shuttle. Tejada cracks one to center. Revere chasing back toward the gap, and he'll get there for the first out.
Little can of Del Monte, Gare.
How far are the Iron Pigs away from here? Philadelphia, Lehigh Valley.
Not far. I can't give you a precise.
50 miles?
50?
60 miles?
So it's a little further than, say, Pawtucket is from Boston.
Okay.
There's Chris Young up for the third time. Walked and flied to center. Anything hit in the air to center field, it's not going anywhere.
I know you saw that one, right?
The wind is just gusting in now. It's not blowing at all when the game began.
Boy.
Well, we've reached a milestone now. Justin DeFreitas is about to throw the 400th pitch of this game.
Beautiful.
400?
Let's try to get to 500.
600. Here's my goal tonight. My goal is to play late enough that Keith misses his flight.
Well, I'm already canceled breakfast.
What do you mean you canceled breakfast? What does that mean?
Well, I like to have breakfast.
Right.
In my old age.
Right.
So you had it already ordered for tomorrow?
This game's going a little later. I might need an extra 9:15. I'm going to have to get there at 8. 7 o'clock wake-up call. I had 6:30 for breakfast. I'm going to have to munch on a bagel at the airport.
Maybe you could get breakfast on the way in tonight.
You're very funny.
By the way, we mentioned earlier, Met hitters have struck out 17 times tonight. High fly ball deep down the left field line.
Blown.
Over comes Gwynn, and it's in the stands. Again, the wind is just gusting that ball.
It started at about 340 and it came out to about 240.
And the ball was in play when it first went up, but well into the seats. Let's check in with Kevin.
Yeah, Keith, I was just wondering if you could have breakfast like an hour later. I mean, would that be okay, or is the whole thing just done now?
It's toast.
Literally.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Well, what time's the flight?
9:16, I believe.
You got to get through security. They don't.
Yep.
They don't know you so well here in Philly. 2-2 to Young.
I'm just thinking how interesting, how tight a schedule you keep when you're leaving.
What do you mean?
No, I mean you're right on time. You have it.
Oh, I'm very
Boom,
good.
prompt.
Yeah, I'll have to go home packed tonight too.
You could always take the train, couldn't you?
It's better. It's better than the Puerto Rico game where you had that 6 o'clock flight.
Oh yeah,
Poor Alex Sanabia. Took his full
Sanabia.
bath that night.
I do believe there's some wrapped up hot dogs from the 6th inning off the roller if you're still hungry tomorrow morning, Keith.
I'll make
Saw
it.
them in
Trust
the
me.
press room.
I got a 1 o'clock workout tomorrow too. Scheduled.
Hope you make it.
I'll make it.
1 o'clock. That'll get you out in time to watch the game at 3.
Hey, I'll see you in Chicago.
I'm fueling up my car at 10:32.
Seventh pitch of the at bat coming to Chris Young. And he hits this one to center, and that'll die out there. Revere is there for the second out.
Yeah, Gary, you mentioned it before. It is funny, though. I've been watching Anthony Recker down here, and I think maybe he's itching just a little bit. He grabbed the ball about an inning and a half ago, and he keeps gripping it and tossing it around. And the way this thing is going, it might just get to him.
Well, you figure Black can go one more inning. Then Mejia maybe can go an inning or two, and then might as well be Recker. Here's Lagares, who's already struck out 4 times tonight. 1 for 5. And goes after the high fastball. Well, the West Coast games are pushing through the middle.
Iwakuma pitching for Seattle got knocked around a little bit.
Doesn't happen very often.
Nope.
Oh, thanks for the advice. Do the fans hear that? Can they hear that guy talking down there, giving the guy advice?
Well, if you can hear it, there's every chance that the people at home can hear it.
That's your man Art Fern down there, Keith.
Get later into the evening, the crowd gets smaller, the voices get louder.
Oh, they do.
The leather lungs prevail. 1-1. And Lagares chasing. 1-2. So he's already got the golden sombrero.
I don't know what the name is.
He's in line for the platinum.
Platinum.
Platinum?
Yeah, he's got 4.
Two-out base hit here.
DeFreitas likes his slider, doesn't he? It's all he throws. So, Ron, if you're in the bullpen and you're Jeff Manship, you really feel like you're the 12th man on the staff?
God. You feel like the guy at the end of the bench. The other guy is the last pick for dodgeball.
2-2 to Lagares, and the curveball inside. By the way, there have been 5 instances in Mets history where a player struck out 5 times in a game. Ron Swoboda did it twice.
He did? Rock.
Frankie Tavares, Dave Kingman, Ryan Thompson. And Lagares trying to stay out of that company here in the 13th inning. Three-2 coming from DeFreitas. And Lagares punches one foul.
You know, it's interesting about, I'm thinking about Lagares and Granderson and Murphy and Wright, and Terry Collins was addressing it before the game. He's going to try to find some time on this road trip to at least get Wright and Murphy a day off.
He has plans for certain days for them. Maybe that plan will change.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be tomorrow. Again, the 3-2, and Lagares draws a walk. So the Mets have their first base runner since the 10th. That is the 10th walk given up by Philly pitching tonight. So Philly pitchers have walked 10 and struck out 17.
That's +7, Gary.
A lot of balls not in play. So Lagares aboard. 3 of those walks have gone to Murphy tonight. Otherwise 0 for 3. Murph's due for a hit. He's 0 for his last 9. Hasn't had many of those this year. Philly starter tonight was A.J. Burnett. He went 7 innings, gave up 5 runs. He walked 6 and struck out 11. Mets were up 3-0, down 4-3, up 5-4. It's been tied since the 5th. Murphy fouls one away. The Philly club record for issuing walks in a game is 16. 1962 against the Dodgers. So they've got a ways to go with 10 walks tonight. Garris at first and 2 out. And Murphy fouls another fastball away. 1-2. If Murphy keeps the inning going, David Wright would be next.
Start with Garris, get something going, change something up here in the extras. Doesn't seem like DeFreitas paying any attention to him. I'd have to put the sport jacket on here pretty soon.
A little nippy.
Yeah.
Five, top of the 13th. 2-2 to Murphy with 2 out and a runner on. And the curveball popped foul. And that'll come out of play. You would think by this time of the game there's been about a souvenir for every fan.
It's one of those where they should just invite everyone down. Come on down to the bottom. Have some fun.
Well, most of them are already there. I think we might be moving toward Fanatic halftime.
Didn't even take the sale tag off of it.
That was fashionable in the 90s.
Yes.
Leaving the tag
Everybody kept the tags on. I never got that.
Again, the 2-2. And Murphy bloops one out to left, and Gwynn is there. Side retired. So DeFreitas throws a scoreless inning. That moves us to the bottom of the 13th. Mets and Phillies still tied. After 7:05, so we're pushing toward the 5-hour mark.
I
can't. The bottom of the 13th.
I can't think of any better way to spend the night, the three of us together.
Yes.
Yes.
It's good company.
Boy, you've certainly changed your attitude over the last 15 minutes.
I think he's just resigned to the fact that he's not going to have a whole lot of sleep or breakfast.
It'll be fine.
Tony Gwynn Jr. up for the 3rd time takes a strike from Vic Black, who worked around a couple of hits in the 12th. Gwynn came in the 8th inning in a double switch. He's grounded out and struck out. Black, the 7th Met pitcher of the night. They have only Mejia left in the bullpen. And he's quickly ahead on Gwynn 0-2. Ben Revere and Jimmy Rollins to follow if anybody gets on. Chase Utley here in the bottom of the 13th.
Who's going to blank in this game?
Well, the wind is blowing in so much that it's going to be really difficult for anyone to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Unless it's a shot.
Has to be a 2-iron.
handles the comebacker and throws out Gwynn. Awkward grab there by Black, but he makes the play. Let's check in with Kevin.
Well, Gary, I told you that Anthony Recker was getting antsy. Obviously, this game's gone 5 hours and he hasn't played yet, but he is dying to pitch. He was grabbing that baseball for the last couple innings now, and there was a fun exchange in the commercial break with Terry Collins. He went up, Terry went to get a drink of Gatorade, and he said, hey, what if I pinch hit next inning, hit a home run, and then go out and pitch? Can I pitch then? He is dying to get in and pitch in this game. He might, too. We'll see.
You never know what's going to happen in one of these long games. There have been a lot of position players who've gone to the mound already this year in baseball. Not in a game the Mets have played.
The last count I had was 11, and a couple did it twice.
Right. Danny Worth did it twice in 3 days for the Tigers, throwing knuckleballs.
And Drew Butera did it.
Ben Revere is 1 for 6 today. Had an infield hit in the 8th, and he fouls that one off. A ball and a strike.
Kevin, when I watch you down there, you look like a little kid at Chuck E. Cheese. You know the thing with the balls in it, the plastic balls in it, and you have to roll out of there?
Just like when I was 6 at Chuck E. Cheese, I can't get out either. Completely stuck.
Revere drops a bunt. It's a foul ball. It hit him in the batter's box.
Did it hit him or the bat?
Bat.
Yeah, it hit the bat.
The knob of the bat. Yep. Good call, man.
It was a T.C. Chen in the U.S. Open golf tournament. He went to chip a ball and hit it twice. It cost him the U.S. Open. Sorry about that golf reference.
Oh, that's good. Perfect for a minute after midnight. For the Phillies, this is already their longest game of the year. They hadn't played more than 11 before tonight. For the Mets, they played a 14-inning game against the Braves back in April. So they're not there yet. Of course, last year was the year of long games for the Mets, including that 20-inning affair against the Marlins. They had that 16-inning game out in San Francisco that almost went till dawn.
Had another long one against the Diamondbacks at home, right?
They had a 13 and a 15 in the same series over July 4th.
Oh.
So it's a mere bag of shells. Revere is just getting enough of it to pound it into the ground and nothing more. It's Black a little irritated.
It's not a great swing at it. He's lucky to get a piece of it.
Maybe he's thinking now that he's a home run hitter.
Yeah, he's got 1,500 more at bats to go until he gets to the next one. It's Cliff Lee with the rally cap.
Bad enough to be on the DL. He has not even been cleared to throw yet, much less make his return.
I think Revere just almost sprained his ankle swinging at that pitch.
Recker, the last man in that dugout who hasn't been used, trying to talk his way in.
Oh, that's a watch out what you wish for moment.
He's making him work here.
Yeah, guys, I know Black pitched an inning and a third last night. He's already got an inning and a third tonight.
Sorry, Gary. You know, I was going to ask you. I know it's kind of the unwritten rule in these games. You leave your backup catcher, but how often have you seen the backup catcher play and then get hurt and then go to the emergency? It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I don't think that's really it. I think it's more that you save him for your last man.
Yeah.
Murphy hurries in and makes the play on the speedy Revere 2 out. I mean, when the pitcher spot comes up for the Mets, I'm sure they'll use Recker to pinch hit.
Yeah.
Unless they're saving him to pitch.
Well, what you could do with Recker is you could maybe with Darno catching, put him somewhere in the field, first base or.
Right, but if you use him,
yeah,
and he's your last man on your bench, if you do move to the mound, now you have a pitcher play the field.
Yeah.
Well, the pitcher spot is due up third when the Mets come up if there is a 14th inning. So we'll know pretty soon.
Who's the best shagger?
That's right.
He's a great athlete, Cliff Lee, but like you said, he's on the DL.
Jimmy Rollins 2 for 5 tonight and takes the curveball down for ball 1. One of The Mets bullpen has been spectacular again tonight after Rafael Montero got knocked out in the 4th.
You know what this is all about, too? We talked about earlier when this series started. The 5-game series with the familiarity of the pitchers. Well, this extra inning game has given these guys a good look at the bullpen.
Well, everybody's been in except for Mejia, who pitched last night for the Mets, and Manship for the Phillies. 2-1 to Rollins.
I'm also curious tomorrow with DeGrom going, coming off a 122 pitch effort.
Yeah.
That's something to be noted.
Well, maybe if this game goes long enough, he pitches an inning or two tonight, and they bring up somebody else to pitch tomorrow.
Well, it tells you if you had the proximity like the Phillies do with Lehigh Valley, it's an easier thing.
Well, maybe you just have to bring some up from
Binghamton. Yeah,
it's closer.
Okay,
if that's what it comes to. Teams have certainly done that kind of thing before when necessity dictates.
Batman. It's late.
Wait a minute. I got my ticket. I got my Batman costume.
Oh, ball 4, and Rollins has a 2-out walk. 4th time he's been on base tonight.
Well, you'd have to think he's stealing here, right?
Try.
Here comes Dan Warthen to give Black a little rest.
Well, there's nobody throwing in the Mets bullpen.
Well, listen, you are pushing your pitchers. Dan Warthen knows that. He'll go out there and say, Vic, I know we're pushing you here. Pick us up. One more out here. Get out of this inning. We'll score a run next inning. Hollow promise, considering what has happened here, but.
Well, now he's got to take on Chase Utley, which is always a dangerous proposition. So Kashmir,
yes,
echoes through this nearly empty ballpark, and they get to play more than usual. The Led Zeppelin Classic because of the meeting at the mound.
That was on physical graffiti, I believe. He's ready.
He's ready. Got that wing all ready to go. First, Black has to contend with Utley, who's 1 for 6 in this game. And a base hit against Scott Rice back in the 9th. Rollins has a stolen base in this game, 7th for the year. I want to know when that one guy in the stands is going to lose his voice.
Please.
Around the 22nd inning.
It's like, when's he going to fall asleep?
Ryan Howard, who has had a dreadful time of it in this series, would be next. Rollins at first and 2 down. And Utley taking all the way. He was thinking Rollins was running. But now it's 2-0.
I think now Utley can maybe want to look middle in or just look for something, whatever he wants to do, try to gap. It's 2-0.
Wind has died down a little bit the last few minutes.
Problem for Vic Black. He seems to be on that other side of it as far as his control is concerned.
And now he's behind Utley, 3-0.
Well, these were his issues in AAA.
He's running on fumes.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
So it's hard to blame him.
Yep.
With an inning in the 3rd last night.
Just needs 1 out.
Yeah. Throw 1 strike and 1 away and hope he pops it up.
Rollins runs. It's ball 4. So he's safe anyway. Because it was ball 4 to Utley. So now the winning run moves to second base. Back-to-back 2-out walks.
Oh, he could have called that a strike.
I think that's what Darno thought, and that's why he threw it.
All right.
So here's Ryan Howard. 0 for 6 tonight, 0 for 10 in the series. And a single could win the game for the Phillies. David Wright's going to play a little closer to third base this time so that Rollins can't just walk into third base.
And yep, there's the defense.
Murphy playing short fielder out and right. And Howard fouls off the fastball.
Well, that might be the first I've ever seen that Garris moved in with Howard up. And he should because of the wind.
And a single wins the game.
Young is deep. As deep as you can be.
It's going to be hard to throw out Rollins. He's got still can run.
Tejada working on the right side of the bag, trying to keep Rollins close. And Howard late on the fastball when it's 0-2. Last night Howard struck out 4 times. Struck out once tonight.
Look at the front foot. Doesn't rotate that front foot. He's done that his whole career where he's locked his bottom half. Doesn't get the rotation.
0-2 from Black. And he just got a piece of that one. 88 from Vic.
Howard turned it up a notch on that one. So it should tell Black that he's open for that breaking ball in the dirt.
Yes.
He could feel that he is late behind that fastball, turned it up. Now you got him.
Black trying to get through a second inning and send this game off to the 14th. First, Darno's going to go out for a visit.
Well, this is a change of signs, I think, deal. Got a veteran on second base, Jimmy Rollins. Darno didn't like what he saw, and they're changing it up right here, and they'll let Tejada know.
Final in St. Louis, the Giants win again, beat the Cardinals 9-4. They beat up on Wainwright tonight.
Now, Wainwright's due a bad outing every 10 or 12 starts, right?
Once or twice a year. Black ahead on Howard 0-2. Struck him out looking. Fastball at the knees, and we go to the 14th inning. Black able to make his way through 2 scoreless innings in relief. His second strikeout. Still 5-5 after 13. Let's get to the 14th inning for the second time this year. David Wright will lead off against Justin DeFreitas, who begins his second inning of relief. David is 0 for 5 and a walk tonight, and he hits one in the air to right field. Marlon Byrd on the warning track. One pitch, one out. Infinity brings us this date in Major League history, and since it's past midnight, that means it is May 31st, 50-year anniversary of the longest day in Mets history. Second game of the doubleheader. Mets and Giants played 7 hours and 23 minutes, 23 innings. Giants won.
Thanks a lot.
Gaylord Perry came in to pitch 10 innings in relief as a young pitcher for the Giants.
Thanks a lot for that nugget.
All right, we're getting there. Eric Campbell takes a strike. Now Jacob deGrom and his .800 batting average on deck. Not Anthony Recker, so I guess they are saving Recker to pitch if he has to. So deGrom will be the pinch hitter to bat for Black. And Henry Mejia up in the bullpen. Last man available in the Mets pen. Campbell takes a strike.
Didn't Giovanni Gallardo just have a game-winning hit? It was walk-off because it was Milwaukee. A game-winning hit and then started it the next day.
He did.
Just recently.
He did. So you're saying deGrom might have a go-ahead hit and then pitched later today.
Yes.
Could happen that way. I mean, he is hitting .800.
We got to get Campbell on second base. That's the key, though.
Campbell has walked and struck out since coming in as a pinch hitter in the ninth. Mets haven't had a hit since the 10th, when d'Arnaud and Tejada had back-to-back hits against Papelbon. That's 3 pitchers ago. DeFreitas with the 1-2, and Campbell takes it low. 2-2. Well, each team only has one man left in the bullpen. The Phillies, I think, would be content to run DeFreitas out for a little while longer. But Black is done. And so that means Mejia's next, even if the Mets don't score and get him a save chance. And you figure you can go with Mejia 2 innings tops. And Campbell watches away, 3-2. DeFreitas has walked 1. Philly pitchers have walked 10. Half swing. He went around, strike 3. And now Philly pitchers have struck out 18.
Slider 3-2 from DeFreitas.
So now with 2 out and nobody on, the pitching coach goes out to the mound with a pitcher coming up to pinch hit.
This is a very embarrassing moment if you're a pitcher. Very embarrassing.
I mean, come on. I know he's hitting .800, but he's still a pitcher.
And he's not going to hit the ball at the ballpark.
He only weighs about 150 pounds soaking wet, so he's not going to take your bridge.
Watch him fool us all.
Yeah, right.
Line it right over the 330 mark in the right field corner.
Take it to the bridge.
If he does that, Gary, we're getting in the car, taxi straight to AC. Staying up all night. Back here at 1.
Where's that confounded bridge?
2 out and nobody on. So now deGrom, his first big league pinch hitting assignment, 4 hits and 5 career at bats for the former college shortstop. If he gets on, Lucas Duda would be next. Now he's in a 2-strike hole.
By the way, this is the best pitches DeFreitas has thrown all game. Fastball on the corner, backdoor slider.
No pressure. Pitcher up.
That's what McClure told him. He said, you got to be good. This guy can hit. 0-2 to deGrom, and he struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts for DeFreitas. 19 times Mets have struck out in this game. To the bottom of the 14th. Stretch time. Tied at 5. To the bullpen, just in case he's needed, is Anthony Recker, the only position player left for the Mets, and now the only relief pitcher left because Henry Mejia, the last man out of the pen, is coming in the game to pitch the bottom of the 14th. And look at the strut.
Yeah,
he's all ready to
he's a little
do
goofy.
That relief thing.
He's definitely a little goofy, but that's a good thing on a game like this.
So he said Mejia gets 2 innings, and then it's me. I go the distance. Here's Mejia.
I just don't see how. I mean, here's the line score. Keep running it.
Nobody scored since the 5th.
I mean, we're looking at these two teams. How are they going to score?
Well,
I mean, you have to put a couple of hits in a row, and no one's been able to do it.
You know how these things usually end. It's usually somebody throwing a ball away.
Yeah.
Well, Mejia last night got his 5th save in most impressive fashion by striking out the side in the bottom of the 9th. Now he'll pitch the bottom of the 14th facing Marlon Byrd, Carlos Ruiz, and the pitcher spot. The Phillies still have 2 players left in their dugout, Cesar Hernandez and Will Nieves. So here's Byrd, 1 for 4. Had a single and 2 walks his first 3 times up, hasn't been on base since. And the first pitch curveball from Mejia. Everybody's throwing first pitch curves to Marlon.
And everybody's throwing first pitch breaking balls for strikes out of the bullpen for the Mets. It's a little bit of a theme if you're the Phillies watching this.
It's certainly something they can study up with 3 more games to go in this series. That is, if this one ever ends.
Have any time to study up.
And Byrd chases another curveball, and it's 0-2.
I mean, it's kind of nice that it's 3 o'clock now instead of 1, right?
Tomorrow? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, today.
I thought you said it was 3 o'clock right now.
No.
Had a heart attack.
Tomorrow, Saturday's game is 3:05 p.m. 0-2 coming to Marlon, and he fouls it off.
It's a good swing there by Marlon.
Hanger.
Well, since the Phillies tied the game in the bottom of the 5th, there have been 275 pitches thrown. Just since the last run was scored.
If you don't laugh, you'll start crying.
Here we are 9 innings later. Marlon hits one in the air, pretty deep to right, but playable for Young. And the wind knocks it down, and he drops the ball. And Byrd pulls in at second base.
Oh, no.
Well, as I said, these games are often lost exactly that way. Just a routine fly ball knocked down by the wind, and Young drops it for an error.
Well, he goes back. He's got it covered. He one-hands it. Wow.
He shied before the ball came down. I don't know if that means he lost it in the lights for a minute.
Oh, he didn't lose it in the lights. That's where it just moved a little at the end. He had one hand up there, and he had the glove in front of his face. So just that little bit of movement.
So the winning run at second with nobody out. The Mets' 3rd error of the night. And now Carlos Ruiz, who has 3 hits and 5 at bats, and a walk. And no hint of a bunt.
Remember that doubleheader at home at Citi Field when Mejia came in? There was an error in that inning that cost him the game.
Well, they dropped by Murphy on the throw at second base.
Well, Marlon has shut it down, and I have no problem with that. 14 innings playing all day. And
36 years old.
I mean, come on.
It's a routine fly ball. Schultz is going to try to go the other way.
Lines one up the middle of base hit. Byrd had to hold up, and so he'll go to third and stop there. But now the Phillies have the winning run at third with nobody out. 4th hit of the night for Carlos Ruiz.
Hanging breaking ball.
Yep. Nice hitting.
14 innings caught. His 4th hit.
I don't know what Marlon was thinking, but either way, he wasn't going to score.
So now Cesar Hernandez will be the pinch hitter. Trying to get the winning run home from third. You have to bring the infield in. You have to bring the outfield in. Only as deep as you can throw. Hernandez played third base last night, went 1 for 3. Here's the guy with the hit off Zach Wheeler's rear end.
That's right. Murph's got to come in, doesn't he?
He's going to try to
check him. They're going to walk him intentionally.
Yeah, load him up.
This way he'll have a force at any base.
Good play.
You know, the way Brignac's been swinging, I see what Terry's thinking here. He's been a big strikeout.
Remember I said give the intentional pass, don't throw any pitches? Maybe I'll take that back because you never know what can happen.
Well, Mejia has shown when he's thrown intentional walks, it's hard for him.
Yeah. You see a lot of pitchers now just have a hard time just playing catch with the catcher on these intentional walks. Now, when I had to intentionally walk someone in a game, I'd fire it in there because I didn't want to throw 4 pitches half speed. I want to keep my rhythm a little bit. Not fire it, but you know what I mean. 75% or whatever. Get it up there.
This will be the 9th walk by Met pitchers, the 19th walk in the game. And that loads the bases with nobody out and brings Reed Brignac to the plate. Now, Brignac is 1 for 4, a couple of walks and a couple of strikeouts. Dan Warthen's going to go to the mound to talk to Mejia before they get the whole thing in motion.
Well, these extra inning games, just throw your bullpen in a tizzy. It's going to affect both teams tomorrow.
You know, do you ever think, you know, you can't do it because he's your best outfielder, but I was just thinking Campbell's played so many positions. Do you play Young and Lagares, 2 outfielders out there, bring Campbell in the infield to give you an extra infielder on the pull side? I don't know.
Certainly consider that with a guy like Brignac, who's not a guy who's going to hit the ball a long way.
We asked Terry that once, so he said he's never done it.
We saw the Mets do it a few years ago. They brought Carlos Beltran into the infield. Of course, those things rarely work, but Mets are going to play it straight up, infield in, outfield in.
Chris Young's got to come in.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Brignac trying to get Bird home with the winning run.
Jeez.
Takes a wild swing.
It's Brignac has not swung on a strike yet.
Black struck him out on 3 pitches his last time up, and not a single one was in the strike zone.
Don't swing the bat, the guy said down there.
What an indictment.
Oh, gosh. He hasn't swung on a strike.
Well, if you can strike out Brignac, then you got Gwynn on deck.
Tough to double up Gwynn. You got to keep the infield in.
Bird at third, the only man that matters. Nobody out, last to the 14th. And Brignac hits it deep to left, and the Phillies will win the game. Bird comes home with the winning run. A walk-off hit for Reed Brignac in his first start for the Phillies. And in 14 innings, the Phillies win it 6-5. An unearned run in the bottom of the 14th after Chris Young dropped a routine fly ball. And the Phillies cash it in to even up this series at a game apiece.
Well, Gary, you said a lot of times in these games they end on a misplay by Young, and then Brignac, he didn't really have to throw him a strike. He was swinging at anything, and Mejia got one in the strike zone. With that outfield in, game-winning single.
464 pitches, 5 hours and 23 minutes, and Reed Brignac, who had looked so bad in his earlier at-bats, hits a fly ball that makes it to the fence in left field to drive in the winning run in the bottom of the 14th inning.
Last time I saw Papelbon run on the field like that, I told him to go sit down. But it's worth the celebration for the Phils tonight.
So for the second time in less than a week, Henry Mejia takes a loss on an unearned run. There's your game summary. 5 hours and 23 minutes, and the Phillies win it in the bottom of the 14th inning on Reed Brignac's game-winning hit.
Oh, there it is. Correction.
6-5 the final score. As this 5-game series is now even a game apiece, and in 14 and a half hours they'll be back at it again on Saturday afternoon. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Chrysler. Visit your local dealer today for great deals on the entire stylish lineup, including the Chrysler 200. By Geico. By Cholula Hot Sauce, the hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap, available on original flavor, chili lime, chili garlic, and chipotle. And by Lexus, introducing a car designed with one purpose, to stand apart. The 2014 Lexus IS. It's your move. Final score in 14 innings, the Phillies 6 and the Mets 5. Tomorrow, the third game of the series, picks 11, 3 o'clock. Jacob deGrom against Kyle Kendrick, back on SNY Sunday with Jonathan Neese against Cole Hamels. Chris Young dropping Marlon Byrd's fly ball that opened the door for the Phillies at the bottom of the 14th inning. Byrd comes around to score the winning run on Reed Brignac's hit. And the Phillies win it 6-5. Now for Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen in Philadelphia. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live. Let's join Gary Apple and Bobby Ojeda.